come to our UK, the United States, and of course here at home and play hockey where everybody is a winner, where they can fully participate in society. So please welcome members of the Grand Ravine Tornadoes to the hockey. And Michael Leota for his great work.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise today in recognition of a milestone in my local community. We had a retirement that took place, and it's been a really impactful one. I've mentioned it a little bit in a few speeches in the last few weeks, but we have a woman in our community, Jasmine Dew, who had been a health promoter for well over a number of decades in the Lakeshore community and was responsible for supporting and founding many of the youth-led and youth-run programs that helped to create the leader that you see before you here today in council chambers. It's really important, I think, that we mark these moments and we really acknowledge the incredible impact that people like Jasmine have in our local communities, and we never forget the power of each of our examples and each of the influence that each of us can play. Jasmine was responsible for doing many, many things and continues to be deeply engaged. She's retiring officially this week, but she continues to be deeply engaged in the community. And something that I learned from Jasmine and I carry with me every day is the importance of our participation and our action. We can all sit around and take notes about all the things going on in the world, but Jasmine was somebody who woke up every single day and worked incredibly hard to be the change that we all need to see in the world, to be there for people when they needed it, and to pour into young people like me and help us find our voices and find our way in the world, and to deeply understand the best way that we can be of service is to pay it forward and make sure that we are creating more opportunities for future leaders as well. And so I just want to, from the deepest part of my heart, send a warm congratulations to Jasmine on her retirement. It has been an incredible journey for me to be mentored by her, to become really close friends over the years, and to have her support throughout my career and my journey. So I love you, Jazz. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. If you can read out the motion, please. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. That Council confirms the minutes of Council from the regular meeting held on April 22nd, 23rd, 2026 in the form supplied to the members.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. Now, if you notice, the lights are flickering, so we might, I think we might just turn off the lights. So I think that's what so if you see the lights go off, it's not that we haven't paid our electricity bill, but it's just we have a problem. Okay. Yeah. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under Council's procedures. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information and refer to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 41.1 from Councillor Myers regarding Smart Track invoicing. The answer to this inquiry from the Executive Director of Transit Expansion has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Just a sec. Pardon?
I'd like to refer it back to Audit Committee.
Okay, Councillor Myers is moving to refer it back to audit. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Cole?
Just want to note that today there will be a gathering in front of the Toronto sign with the Jewish Staff Network, marking May as Jewish Heritage Month in Ontario. And it's a day where we reflect back on the incredible contribution our Jewish community has made to building Canada, building Ontario, building Toronto, and a special reflection on the three remarkable Jewish mayors we had here in the City of Toronto, starting with Mayor Phillips, Mayor Gibbons, and the incredible Mayor Mel Lastman. So again, if you want to join us in front of the Toronto sign, there'll also be, the CN Tower will be lit up in blue, marking Jewish Heritage Month in Ontario and Toronto. Thank you.
I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do. Let us see it. That the report for meeting 31 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Some highlights from this agenda includes funding youth safety programs through the money provided by the federal government. I want to thank the Minister of Public Safety and Gary Anadasangari and his team for his partnership on this file. These youth programs had a huge impact last year and a big reason why youth crime is continuing to go down. We are also giving out 2,400 air conditioners to seniors, children, babies actually, well, their moms and dads, and other vulnerable people. And this protects them on the hottest day, which we just experienced, a heat wave, from illness or even death. And I'm proud that we have increased this number by almost 5 times what we've gave out last year. So everyone that have applied will get one, which is a good way to go. I look forward to discussing these items and more over our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. If I can get things to work. That the report from meeting 12 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, there are 4 audit items on this Council agenda. A couple of them are subject matter audits, and the final one is a financial statement. Madam Speaker, just to let you know, on items 1 and 3, I have a very brief technical amendment that concerns the confidential attachment, so I'm happy to move that in the rundown if nobody moves the item, or sorry, if no one holds the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 32 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be present for consideration. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report. Councillor Bravo, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I move that meeting 28 of the Economic and Community Development Committee agenda be listed on the agenda of this council meeting, be presented for consideration. And just want to highlight that a significant piece here was the action plan for Toronto's economy, and 1 year since introduction and assessment here. So I think there was a great consideration, letters of support, and it's something noteworthy of this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. That report from meeting number 29 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. The report from meeting 29 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 30 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke and York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. That report from meeting number 31 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council. Scarborough?
No,
Why does it say Scarborough? North.
it should be
sorry.
North York. I love Scarborough.
Sorry.
I really love Scarborough, but
I just skipped the line.
I'd be happy to do
The light is flickering in my eyes, you know. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
that the report from meeting 32 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 31 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do. Just waiting for it to come up. Now, the report from meeting 32 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business and business previously requested from the mayor and city officials? Moved by Councillor Carroll. If you can read out the motion.
That the new business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Do you have an interest? Okay, if you should really put your name on the screen. Okay, Councillor Moyes.
I don't know what's happening with my...
Councillor Moyes.
Okay. Item DM 41.2, payment of legal expenses related to the IC report. I have a financial interest in this matter, so I will recuse myself when the item comes up.
Thank you.
The clerk,
Councillor Cole, you have an interest?
Yes, I have three interests. And there are items DM 41.2, responding to Bill 98, building homes and improving transportation infrastructure. DM 41.4, it's time to reinstate Commerce Station for the North York Centre. And item DM 1.3, towards a vision for a design standard for future Toronto subway stations. I have an interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act because I have a family member who's employed by the TTC.
Thank you. All right. Are all those in, okay, I would now call for petitions at this time. Are there any petitions? Are there any petitions at this time? Okay, Councillor Moyes, you have a petition? Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I have two petitions today. And good morning to you and members of council. In just over 2 months, over 3,500 people have signed a petition urging City Council to pedestrianize Church Street this summer and treat it as a pilot to inform the creation of a pedestrianization policy for seasonal and permanent major road closures. For decades, the village has served as a global sanctuary for liberation, a vibrant cultural hub, and the beating heart of Toronto's 2S LGBTQ community. With the help and advocacy of the Councillor's Office and the Church Wellesley BIA, we're calling on the City of Toronto to pursue a bold vision for pedestrianized First Church Street pilot project this summer. This initiative is an affirmation of the village's identity. By reclaiming Church Street from thorough traffic, we are prioritizing people, the residents, the small businesses owners, the artists, and the visitors who come here to find a sense of belonging. Our proposal to pedestrianize Church Street aligns with significant community milestones within the village. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the 519, 50 years of the 519, a cornerstone institution for the 2S LGBTQ+ community. Additionally, this initiative will serve as a timely celebration for the village's long-awaited cultural district designation, should that be approved by council before the summer break. The benefits of pedestrianization for our local economy and public safety are undeniable. Data from across Toronto consistently shows that walkable streets invite longer stay and higher foot traffic by creating a seamless outdoor experience, allowing our iconic bars, stores, and cafes to expand their presence and becoming destinations. In Montreal, stores on 12 local pedestrianized streets have seen 83% boost in sales since the pedestrianization since the 2020. Furthermore, for almost 2 decades, the summer pedestrianization of their very own village, St. Catharines, which I have visited many times over the last decades, has kept the streets thriving, resulting in lower commercial vacancy rates compared to other urban corridors in the city. This project has received over $200,000 so far funding from the City of Toronto, the BIA.
So, Councillor Morris, can you kind of shorten that,
Well,
please?
no, Madam Speaker.
It is a petition.
It's an important initiative, and I'm taking my time to do it. Thank you. So in closing, the village has always been a leader in social change, and now it will lead the way in reimagining how we share our public spaces to benefit our local commerce and community health. And that was submitted electronically. I do have some paper copies here for my second motion, petition, for the Friends of Allen Gardens. Throughout the past year, over 7,500 people have signed a petition in support of the Friends of Allen Gardens initiatives to expand the Allen Gardens Conservatory, doubling the area under glass, and to improve the outdoor garden spaces as outlined in Refresh and the Growing with the City, and call on our elected officials and the broader community to work together to support and endorse this one-in-a-generation civic building. So I do have 7,500 petitions here, which I'm going to submit to the clerk. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Who's got another one? No, it's not on the list. Okay. Are there any further petitions? All right. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, you had a petition? Pardon? Oh. Well, the name wasn't on the screen. Was Deputy Mayor Malik, petition.
Sorry, this is about the order paper.
Pardon?
I'd like to lift the civic appointments report to the order paper. Sorry.
We're not there yet.
Okay, I'm just alerting to you because I don't see it there. I'm adding the report from civic appointments to the agenda.
Yeah, we're moving it from committee.
Yeah. Okay, according to clerk, we'll call you on the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you
very much.
All right. Are there any further petitions? No. Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with the agenda item RM 41.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 6 deferred items before us today. Items PH 29.5, T 3124, DM 41.1, DM 41.2, DM 41.3, and DM 41.4. The mayor has designated item EX 31.1, expanding a youth program to create safer and stronger neighborhoods, as their first key matter and first item of business this morning. The mayor has designated standardizing the air conditioning benefit as their second key matter and the first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key items has been completed. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review online and in the clerk's meeting portal. Item EX 31.38, 38 Broadview Development Plan Update. The Executive Director, Housing Development Office, has submitted a supplementary report with a recommendation and a confidential attachment. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Deferred items. Now, T 3124 is here without a recommendation. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 31.7.
Okay, we're at deferred items right now.
Oh, sorry.
That's what I was trying. Deferred items. We're doing deferred items first.
Okay.
There is one item that's there, TM 3124, which is 9 Drumnab Road. It's here without a recommendation. Drumsnab Ward, Road. Councillor Sachs, is that your ward?
Yes, that's my item. The clerks have a motion to defer it to the next meeting. The applicant and heritage staff are still negotiating.
Okay. The motion is on the screen. T 3124. To defer it. On favor. Opposed if any carried. Thank you. Okay. Now other deferred items. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold DM 41.3.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheng. Councillor Cheng.
Speaker, yes. I'd like to move receipt of DM 41.4.
What is it that you want to do? I'm sorry.
Move receipt of the item. This is what clerks inform me, that I would like to instead introduce this in a future council after the election. So they said because it's a deferred item, I can't withdraw it, so I can move it to receive for information.
Okay. Yes, we need a recorded vote on that one because there was an interest, right? Okay, DM 41.4 on the receipt motion, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the motion. Councillor Shan, please. Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? The motion to receive the item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
We'll now go to executive. Okay. Councillor Myers, did you have something on executive? No? Councillor Chang, I see your name on the screen. Executive? Oh, Councillor Perks, executive.
Sorry, that was on the previous.
Oh.
It's fine.
It's already been held
Yeah.
down. All right. Councillor Thompson, executive?
Yes, Speaker, here we go again. Yes, I'd like to hold EX 31.7, FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto implementation of the integrated regional paramedic response model.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further holds for the executive committee? Okay, we'll go to audit. Want to do a technical amendment?
Yeah, to make sure that nobody else wanted to hold these items, please let me know. But the first one.
No, I know. There seems to be a problem. Members of council putting their name on the list, taking it off, putting it on. So hold on, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a hold on audit? Councillor Myers, audit.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold AU 12.1.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. There must be a delay somehow on your screen because those names were all up. Nobody took their name off and on. That's how it was. So maybe it's just a systems problem. But I am going to release AU 12.2, investigation into the procurement of the Pay It platform. And I think we've had that on the books. If I can speak up for a second about it, Councillor Carroll, I think that was maybe 2019. And when this first procurement first went out, we've looked to see that, wow, that was pretty bad. There's been another few during that time, COVID time. And I think that we have now corrected all of our systems. So I just move that and thank everybody for all their work. Thank Councillor Carroll for her bloodhound work for 3 years on Pay It. And what we discovered, that how you should or shouldn't be doing a procurement. And we have the snow procurement, which wasn't done very well during COVID. I'm glad COVID's over. We're back here. We have our good oversight, like our brilliant Councillor Carroll finding that out. And I think Councillor Ainsley on the snow. So with that, Speaker, I'm happy to release that with thanks to everybody.
Thank you. So Councillor Fletcher is releasing AU 12.2 on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. We're down to one.
Yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, on AU 12.3, I'd like to move a technical amendment, and the amendment is simple, that City Council direct the confidential attachment 1 to the report from the Auditor General remain confidential at the discretion of the Auditor General as it pertains to the security of the property of the City of Toronto or one of its agencies and corporations.
Thank you. So on AU 12.3, Councillor Holyday is moving an amendment on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended on favor, carried. Board of Health. No. Economic and Community Development Committee. All but one has been held down. Are there any holds? Councillor Bravo?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I can release EC 28.2 and EC 28.6.
Okay. So on EC 28.2, Councillor Bravo's releasing on favor, carried. On EC 28.6, Councillor Bravo's releasing on favor, carried. Thank you. General Government Committee. Councillor Holyday.
I thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to ask for recorded votes on 2 items. GG 29.11, non-competitive contract with Toronto Metropolitan University for partnerships to address the digital divide, and a recorded vote on GG 29.12, non-competitive contract with Rideshare Corporation for the Smart Commute online tool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on GG 29.11, Councillor Holyday's asked for recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, recorded vote on GG 29.12. Okay. GG 29.12, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Matlow, please.
The motion, the item is adopted. The vote is 23-2.
Okay. Okay, at Infrastructure Committee, all the items has been held. Planning and Housing.
Madam Speaker, Perutz, on infrastructure, I want to hold 29.5.
Pardon? I didn't hear.
I would like to hold Perutz. I would like to hold EI 29.5.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker.
Planning and Housing.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling. Scroll. On PH 30.1, I held it, but it's in Councillor Fletcher's ward, so I can release it, and It's Oak-Women.
So Councillor Fletcher will put it in your name? Okay.
And 30.2, I can release that. Okay, recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote on PH 30.2.
If he wants to make a comment, I'm going to have to hold it.
Okay, continue holding it. Okay. Is that it? Okay.
I can release 30.4, which is 65 to 87 Howard Avenue. Heward, sorry. Old man eyes.
Okay, PH 30.4, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And I can release 30.5, which is also 65 Heward. This is the heritage report.
Okay, on PH 30.5, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any further releases for planning and housing? No. Okay, let's go to Etobicoke. Any items? Councillor Morley.
Madam Speaker, I do have EY 31.2, held 2 to 4 Mendota Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment decision report. I'd like to move a refusal motion on this.
Yeah, so do you want to continue holding and count? Okay, thanks. All right. Let's go to North York. Any holds on North York? Councillor Cheng.
Madam Speaker, I would like to hold NY 32.4, 179, and 181 Finch, which is currently moved without recommendation, and I will be moving recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
And then I have another one, which is NY 32.5, the YNSE item.
There, you want to hold NY 32.5, Young North Subway?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Myers?
Thank you. I'd like to hold SC 31.19, review of parking and transit-related requests for Scarborough.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. SC 31.5, which is 3130 Danforth Avenue. It's a zoning bylaw amendment request application. It's here without recommendations. I'd like to move the staff recommendations on it.
Okay, that's on SC 31.5. Councillor Perks is moving the staff recommendation. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Toronto and East York. Councillor Holiday.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. It's another recorded vote request. There's two items. They're related. TE 32.10, which is 17 to 19, 23 and 25 Toronto Street, and 55 and 57 Adelaide Street East zoning bylaw amendment, and TE 32.11, 17 to 19, 23 and 25 Toronto Street, and 55 Adelaide Street East alterations to heritage properties. And I would like a recorded vote because I think these are the ones that cast the shadows on St. James Cathedral. I'd like to be able to vote no.
Okay, thank you. So on T 32.10, Councillor Holiday's asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Matlow, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 22-3.
Thank you. On T 32.11, recorded vote.
Councillor Canada, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-2.
Are there any further holds for Toronto and East York? Councillor Bravo.
I have a motion to defer an item, and that is T 32.7, 221, 225, and 227 Sterling Road rental housing demolition application. Decision report approval. I'd like it to defer it to the June meeting. Yeah, and also 221, 225, and 227 Sterling Road community benefits charge and kind contribution.
Okay, so you're deferring, hold on, let me get to it. T 32.7, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Councillor Bravo.
And 32.8.
And 32, yes, so we'll do 32.7 first. On the deferral motion. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. And on T 32.8, Councillor Bravo is moving deferral. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any further holds on Toronto and East York? All right, we'll go to new business now. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to release CC 41.7, leave to intervene in the Supreme Court of Canada. Okay, I'll continue to hold it. And I'll try again, CC 41.10, 112 Walmer Road.
Who's asked for a recorded vote? Oh. Okay, recorded vote.
Is it you?
I read it.
Councillor Mantis, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Speaker, remotely I pressed my button, but it didn't register. I'd like to be recorded in the affirmative, please. Perruzza.
So do we have to reopen the item? We'll take it? All right. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. CC 41.6, implementation of new municipal requirements under the Buy Ontario Act. I'd like to hold that.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 41.9, 5051 to 5061 Yonge Street.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, I'd like to hold CC 41.8 CC-414, which is 155 St. Denis Drive, OLT hearing.
A CC 4114?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. I'd like to release CC 41.19, follow up on 2026 CC 27.2, review of street vending and artists.
So Councillor Bravo would like to release CC 41.19, review of street vending and artists. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 41.1, making it easier to build more homes, or to build more housing, extending development charge incentives to condominium multiplexes, and engaging on the review of the Ontario Building Code.
Okay, so Councillor Myers would like to release CC 41.1. Recorded vote.
Speaker, I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay,
Peruzza?
so Councillor Peruzza wants to hold it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Would like to hold CC 4115, 2351, 2355 Keel Street in my name. All right. Now, Deputy Mayor Malik, now you could bring forward the report. Oh, you're going to bring the report forward?
That's right.
Okay, so we'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, the motion is worded, if it's confusing for people, I'm removing these items from the civic appointments agenda so the council may be seized with the matter.
Okay. If you can just give us a sec, we can prepare the motion. Okay, there it is on the screen. So by Councillor Carroll, on favor, carried. So the reports then will be circulated to members of council and held in Councillor Carroll's name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, I would now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move that item DM 41.1, payment of legal expenses related to an Integrity Commissioner investigation, be considered as the first item of business following the Mayor's two key matters.
Okay, on favor? Pardon?
Second item.
Yes, so the Mayor's second key matter, Councillor Holiday, is tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Fine.
Pardon?
Fine.
Yeah, okay. After the Mayor's sec. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Somehow, the stars have aligned and Councillor Holiday and I had the same motion. So. But I do have another one, and that one is, sorry, I'm just looking for I think you're holding it, Mayor. It's the housing one. Councillor Perks and I are working on a combined motion. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for it. Oh, look at that. I am holding it, so I'd like to have that after members' motions tomorrow, please, so we can have peace in the land. And just like Councillor Holiday and myself.
Okay, just hold on. I didn't hear. What item is it?
DM.
Yes.
PH.
Yes.
29.5. It's a deferred item from meeting 41.
29.5.
Correct.
Hold on. Under the deferred items, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So that would be after the second item that Councillor Holiday just moved.
No, after members' MMs.
After members' motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, carried. All right. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. They've all been held, okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Members added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral. Okay, members of Council, before we start with the Mayor's key item, I did send I did email a letter to all members of Council last week. I hope members of Council did receive it and read it, but just in case you haven't, I want to read it out. So it's regarding attendance at City Council meetings. As we get close to the end of the term, I'm asking you for your help to make sure we have enough members at our remaining Council meetings to complete our agendas. At our April meeting, we had to adjourn early because there were not enough members present to continue. This happened in part because some members left to attend evening events, including one held by a city board. Although council meetings are scheduled to end at 6 p.m., they usually run longer, particularly on the second day. This appears to reflect a preference among members to extend meetings rather than continue business on a third day. I'm asking for your cooperation as follows. Avoid scheduling evening events on days when council meets. Do not vote to continue past 6 unless you plan to stay. If you need to leave and will not return, please let the clerk's table know so we can make sure there are enough members present before any motions to extend the meeting are placed. By copy of this memo, I'm asking the city manager to remind city divisions, boards, and corporations not to plan official events on council meeting days. Our last meeting of the term are usually very busy with many important items to finish. By following the advice above, it will be easier for council to work through everything and complete its business. As you know, the last council meeting was a nightmare. We didn't have quorum and everybody left and didn't advise the clerk or myself. So if you plan on leaving and not coming back, please advise me or the clerk so we can determine if we do adjourn and come back the next day. It's very important. It was very embarrassing at the last council meeting. We will now go to the members' key item, first key item, which is EX 31.1, which is expanding youth programs to create safer and stronger neighborhoods. If you have questions, the staff, please put your name on the list. Nobody has any questions? expanding youth programs to create safer and stronger neighborhoods. We're at that item. Does nobody want to say anything? Okay, I'm going to say it one more time before I close it up. Okay, just put your name up. Councillor Shang, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name was there.
I didn't have it, so okay.
That's all right. Just wanted to start off, I guess our two issues that we are trying to resolve, if I'm correct, is youth unemployment and barriers to employment for certain population of youth. What is the current research or data that we have around youth unemployment and barriers that we're using to inform this process? Like, what is the source of the data that we're using?
So through the speaker, the recent StatsCan data indicated that youth employment is at a historic high of 16.8%, which is higher than the pre-pandemic level of 9.8%. Furthermore, we are seeing youth facing systemic barriers, those who are not have access to supports at their schools, having access to a sense of belonging in their communities, and having supportive caregivers and supportive adults in their lives. So programs such as City Serve provide those wraparound supports to help support the youth most at need.
So do we have any source of data that can direct us to which parts of the city or which populations are more likely to face unemployment in a more current context?
So through the speaker, yes, we are relying on StatsCan data to look at unemployment rates across our city. We're also layering that data with Toronto Police data on areas that have rates of crime, as well as working with our colleagues at Toronto Police Services and Toronto Community Housing to see where we can better target our investments for the youth that need it the most.
So based on that information, is it possible to articulate or outline which areas might be higher in unemployment related to youth right now, geographically or ethno-racial equity side of things?
So through the speaker, we know that racialized youth, particularly Black youth, unemployment rate is nearly double the youth unemployment rate, which is 16.8%. Through the speaker, we also know that youth in various neighborhoods, including a north part of our city, Jane and Finch, Grand Ravine, Driftwood, parts of Scarborough, parts of Lawrence Heights, and parts of downtown Toronto face a lack of opportunities, a lack of employment opportunities, and barriers to employment. So this program, again, will be targeted towards those youth, as well as the wraparound supports that are required.
So that's my next question. Like, how much success does wraparound support? What factor does wraparound support play in the success of this program? And if it's a higher factor, has there been emphasis on also co-establishing those as we move through these programs?
So through you, Speaker, yes, wraparound supports are a critical feature of this program. The youth are paired with another youth. They're also provided case management supports, and they're provided counseling supports to help them both with career development, but also addressing any challenges that they're facing. The youth are coached along the way, and research has indicated that youth that are provided these supports succeed and are able to perform well in future endeavors.
My final question is related to preparing the employers for these young people. We can do all the preparation we need for young people to be prepared for these places, but I do think there is a need for employers to be ready with the adjustments and the recommendations and a shifting of thinking. Is there preparation being done within the city for the city employers to do this work?
So through you, Speaker, yes, we've been working close with our colleagues at People in Equity to examine ways for us to make the city more conducive for youth and youth engagement. We've also, through the work of our youth employment table, brought together community partners and United Way and many others to talk about a charter and a way to highlight better engagement with youth, as well as better supports that are required to ensure that youth, once they are onboarded, are supported.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Through you to staff. In the report, it says that City Serve prevents youth violence and give youth opportunities and so on. How does it prevent youth violence?
So through you, Speaker, City Serve current program targets youth most at risk of violence or involved in violence, provides wraparound supports, and helps reduce their engagement in violence. What we have seen with the youth that have been engaged in the program is a high rate of engagement and a reduction in any involvement in violence.
Right. In the report, you talk about giving opportunities to about 100 young people. How do you find them? How do you identify them? And how do you create a balance of fairness across the city? Are there specific areas in the city where it's more prevalent in terms of youth not having opportunities, and that's where you find the bulk of the individuals?
So through you, Speaker, we certainly use our neighborhood improvement area data and our broader social well-being data to help inform what areas we should target. But we layer that data with Toronto Police Services data, which identifies areas where there are high rates of youth violence for us to focus our efforts. And we also work closely with community organizations that have trusted relationships with these youth, as well as our school boards who are able to identify youth who might be disengaged and might be susceptible to being involved in violence.
The report in front of us speaks to expanding youth program, and that's the creation of City Serve TO. Is that correct?
Through you, Speaker, that is correct. It's the summer opportunity for 100 youth.
Right. So when you read the report, though, it seems to imply that if a person who's not familiar with this issue, when you read it, we're only creating opportunities for 100 youth. That's part of the City Serve, but we actually have an extended program to help young people, which is formulated not just with respect to this report. Would that be correct? And perhaps you can help us to unpack that a bit, please.
Yes, so through you, Speaker, the City Serve program engaged a cohort of 43 youth who were not in school or in skills.
Speaker, I'm just having a hard time hearing him. And that's not because of you, it's because of the noise in the room.
Yeah, can you please keep it down, please?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So through you, Speaker, the City Serve program since October to this month has engaged 43 youth across our city, provided wraparound supports. But as you pointed out, there are additional programs that we have done. We had 140 different youth prevention programs that engaged 15,000 youth across our city last summer. We also engaged 550 caregivers and provided supports to them, and we'll be building on that as part of our upcoming summer safety plan.
Would this be part of the reason why census information and gathering that data is important to us?
Through you, Speaker, I missed the question.
So we've just completed our census data response and reporting. They ask for information and gather lots of information. Some people seem to think that it's not really important. I'm asking simply, does that information help us over time in order to predict the development of young people within specific age categories so that we can put programs into place to actually try to assist them with opportunities?
Through you, Speaker, that is correct. We heavily rely on census data to identify where youth are across our city, what are some of their household demographic details, and we layer that data with other key data from police services, Toronto Community Housing, and our school boards to help us get a better picture of the youth we should target our investments towards.
Now, you talk about school boards. Can you help me to understand that relationship with respect to school boards and identifying these young people? Because it seems as if we're always steps behind in terms of creating programs to help young people who have a need. And by the way, not just during the summer months. So how are we actually helping young people during the school year? When I was, in grade 9, grade 10, I had a job that basically was through the year, not just the summer. Lots of young people don't have that facility and utility now. So what are we doing to help them to create opportunities, non-summer programs?
So through you, Speaker, we have worked very closely with our school boards to identify areas for collaboration. One particular area is working with a group called Game Changers, which engages youth in a variety of schools, provides employment opportunities, training opportunities, as well as after-school supports, and supports youth throughout. We're actively working with our school boards to identify ways for us to identify youth that we can help provide pathways to, and working to ensure that those pathways, as you rightly pointed out, aren't just in the summer months, but are full year opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is, how are we selecting the 100 youth that are going to be in this program?
So through you, Speaker, we'll be
sorry,
working with
who's making the selection?
So through you, Speaker, we work with our community-based organizations who have active relationships across our city to help identify youth who are most at risk of violence or involved in violence.
And are these youth going to be focused in certain communities, or are they going to be based on previous incarceration or previous issues with authority? Like, how are we selecting these youth?
So through you, Speaker, one key criteria in selection would be youth involvement in violence, either as a victim or involved in violence. In addition, we'll be layering data around neighborhood improvement areas and areas where that have seen high rates of youth violence. Furthermore, we'll also be building that out by identifying youth that our partners in Toronto Community Housing, as well as our school boards identify would be youth that would be best targeted to help be involved in this program.
Thank you. And obviously, you hit my next question. So as you know, in North Scarborough, we don't have any neighborhood improvement areas. However, we have some of the poorest communities in the city, or let's say most priority communities in the city. How are we targeting those youth that maybe don't fit in the current definition of neighborhoods that need extra attention, and make sure that we're not missing them when maybe those community supports don't exist, for example, in places like maybe Malvern or Agincourt or Chesterlee?
So through you, Speaker, we have a variety of programs through our youth development unit that tries to target youth across our city. As part of our summer safety plan last year, we engaged up to 15,000 youth across our city through 140 different programs. These programs are targeted across different wards, including the wards you identified, Councillor. And we provide specific programs such as family and well-being that also provide services to certain wards, certain areas in Scarborough. So this particular program is more, I would say, targeted and focused, but rightfully you are pointing out that there's a broader need. We've also worked with our colleagues at Parks and Rec to identify opportunities for drop-in spaces for youth at our schools that are closed in the summer, and to provide supports for youth.
Thank you. And it's great that, we're going to target these 100 youth with these public sector jobs, but obviously the need is far greater. Could you please let us know what, if anything, is being done to partner with private sector partners in terms of potentially providing opportunities for these particular youth?
So through you, Speaker, we've been working actively with our partner, United Way of Greater Toronto, to hold together a youth employment table that's been focused in the last 5 months, identifying opportunities for this upcoming summer. We will be reporting out on those opportunities in early June to Economic and Development Committee. A key focus has been to identify summer paid opportunities for youth across our city, both as pointed out in the private sector, but also in the public sector and the not-for-profit sector.
And what is the response so far from the private sector partners that you've engaged with? And are you able to share names with potential private sector employers that are interested in participating in these types of programs?
So through you, Speaker, we've engaged groups such as the Toronto Business BIAs, as well as the Toronto Board of Trade, so these larger organizations, as well as the United Way's broader engagement with various different banks. One significant challenge that has been raised is the broader economic headwinds and the challenges in our broader economy, which is leading to youth unemployment being at a staggering 16.8%. But there is a commitment from the people around the table to help address this issue.
Thank you. And final question, one of the things that we've noticed in the sort of the community partners that I've been discussing with is just really getting youth ready to have their first job. So that could be things like how to dress for the job, how to interview, how to write a resume, how to conduct yourself in an office professionally. Are we providing any of that types of support, or are we working with community partners in making sure that when the youth show up on the first day of the job, they're prepared and know what to expect, and we also let the employers know what to expect in return?
So through you, Speaker, yes, we will be working with the youth to provide support around job readiness, and that also includes things like conflict resolution, financial literacy, but also working with employers to help provide a welcome and supportive environment with the youth. The youth will also be supported through with a case manager as well as a peer who will help guide them through the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, members of council, if you're virtual, it's important that you keep your camera on so we know if you're here or not. So, you know, just because you're not here, if you're not participating and don't have your camera on, you're absent. Councillor Morley, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to colleagues, I just had a few quick questions with respect to this report, which we're really glad to see before us today. And I'll put it to you, I got it from the media this morning. Can you please highlight for us, as part of this particular program, what investments are being targeted in the west end of the city and specifically in Etobicoke?
So through you, Speaker, we are targeting investments around Towards Peace, which is a particular program in the northwest part of our city. We've also expanded family and well-being to be part of our west part. Well, we also have layered on the Toronto Youth Jobs Corp, which is a federally funded youth employment program for youth between the ages of 15 to 30, approximately $1.25 million that serves youth in Etobicoke and Scarborough.
Fantastic, thank you for that. The other question that I have, and I think is a really important one, is how are we tracking outcomes related to these investments?
Through you, Speaker, we are leveraging the Youth Outcomes Framework, which was adopted by City Council and identifies what are some key survey and data required to understand the efficacy of a program. So we'll work with our community partners to roll out onboarding surveys, midterm surveys, and year-end surveys with our program participants. We're also following up the program participants to see if they've landed in lateral opportunities after the program support. But we're leveraging the Youth Outcomes Framework, which provides evidence-based outcomes and results for youth-funded initiatives, particularly youth violence-funded initiatives.
Fantastic. And I wonder how long typically are we doing that kind of tracking? I hear like pre, during, and post. Is there an opportunity for us to do more long-term tracking with these kinds of investments and programs?
Through you, Speaker, ultimately it depends on the youth's ability to maintain engagement, but we try and strive to encourage our partners to reach out to youth. We have seen some success stories where the youth have gone from being a participant to then a program administrator and or program leader, and so we have a lot of great examples of youth going through the full cycle of a program.
Fantastic, thank you. And I know that to be true, as I have spoken with some youth from the cohort previously who are now taking on mentorship. So that's really exciting and promising outcomes. Thank you. My last quick question here is just with respect to our community partners. We know that this work does not happen in isolation, and it's really critical that we continue to go together along with agencies, boards, corporations, and other local partners. What do we hear from our community partners about the impact and the importance of these kinds of programs and these investments?
Through you, Speaker, I think the impact is threefold. First, the impact provides youth with a sense of belonging and support. They are seeing themselves reflected in the program and the service delivery because it oftentimes includes youth input. Secondly, youth are seeing broadened opportunities of what could be. So we've seen youth who are not in school return to school. We've seen youth who have a business idea be supported and mentored on how to implement that business idea. And third and finally, we've seen hope build in communities that have oftentimes felt unsupported.
I said that was my last question, but I have another minute. So I just want to also ask, in terms of the data related to community well-being, we know these are areas that we track very consistently, specifically our partners in policing. Can you speak to what we've seen in early days from our investments last year through to this year in terms of the community well-being indicators that are tracked and monitored?
So through you, Speaker, in 2024, unfortunately, the city saw a 34% rise in youth violence, particularly between the ages of 12 to 29. In 2025, following significant investment and coordination across the city, Toronto Police Services, community partners, and social housing, and many others, we were able to see a 43% decrease in youth involved in shootings and assaults. We've been able to see a 35% decrease in youth involved in violence, and we've been able to sustain those investments this year and build on those investments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's all for me.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? Any further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Speakers, Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that investing in young people gives them more opportunity, more hope, and a good path forward. That translates to safer, stronger neighborhood. I have started a mayor's youth task force, a youth safety task force, and we've had quite a successful year. Speaker Nunziata, you're on the team. Deputy Mayor Ainsley and Morley, plus Councillor Burnside and Councillor Peruzza are all as part of the team. And collectively, there are many programs, new programs that got started. Councillor Burnside, for example, started a youth training program for young people so that they can dream of one day become firefighters or police officers. These are young people that normally don't believe they could ever be one. And Deputy Mayor Morley have engaged us into really listening to young people and thinking through precisely what are their needs, and because it's evolving, and how we could meet them. Other councillors, Councillor Peruzza and Councillor Ainsley, have all contributed tremendously. And what we've done is we've seen results that youth crime have been falling year after year. The violence, the shootings have all come down. Last year, we developed a summer safety plan that engaged 15,000 young people, plus 550 parents and caregivers in violence prevention initiatives, recreation, mentorship, and employment. This city youth serve program was piloted last year. It is tremendously successful. One of the problems is that it starts when they are 18, not when they are 14. So some young people said, wait a second. Some young people, as you have noticed, that young people that are very small number of them, but they are picking up illegal guns, American guns smuggled into Toronto. They are picking up these guns at a younger age, some as young as 13 or 14. So we have to start younger, which is why this program is really saying that instead of starting at 18, we start at 14. I've met some of these young people. I went to some of the locations where this program works. It is phenomenal. I met with young people like Jacob that were earning pretty decent money, but he knows that he's not doing the right thing because he sees some of his friends landing in the wrong place, like getting involved in the justice system. And what this kind of program does is deal with the young person holistically. They figure out what are some of the problems that could be at home, or it could be their background. They've experienced a lot of violence in their home country. They help them through counseling, through art or music therapy. And then what they do is then after that, they feel that their feet are on the ground. they then said, hey, we need you to help your neighborhood. So they start bagging cans and food to deliver in the food bank. They start delivering food. They said, I do have a purpose. And then they get connected to the City of Toronto programs. For example, transportation. How do we remove graffiti? Or our Parks and Recreation program. How do we help other young people? What are we teaching them? How do we outreach to them? They are connected to plumbing services if they're interested in the trades. If they're interested in film, for example, Councillor Carroll, I know you're very interested in film. What they're doing is they go and become intern in some of these film studios. So they get a chance to intern at different places, and then they discover, here's my skill, here's what I can develop, I'm finding purpose in myself, I'm going to achieve the best that I can and find a path forward. And it's called City Serve TO, and we're able to expand it right now because summer is almost upon us. So this is a good news project, and there will be more rolling out because you will soon hear from other councillors that is on this Youth Safety Task Force and that we can do so much more. The other piece of good news is some of you during council time, the council budget period, will remember that we were asking the federal government not to cut the $5 million, actually $6 million, through our good work. All the council members that have been helping to talk to your member of parliament, and they were able to say, yes, we will continue that program because we now see the impact of it. And they are cooperating and working together with us to say, yes, let us continue these youth anti-violence program because they're seeing the result. And now whether it's the Minister for Public Safety and other ministers are really appreciating the collaboration and partnership that we have together with the local youth organizations, because it's not necessarily just the City of Toronto delivering it. And as a result, you are seeing this impact with lower crime rate for young people.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, but before we do that, Councillor Bradford, would you like to introduce the class that's in the council chambers?
Yes, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It is a real pleasure for me to welcome the grade 5 class from St. Denis Catholic School in my ward to City Council this morning. And I want to thank Ms. Blomley and all the parent volunteers who showed up and brought everyone down. Did you take the transit to get here? Did it work? Awesome, very good. Please join me in a round of applause welcoming the grade 5 class from St. Denis Catholic School. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you. And welcome. Okay, Councillor Cole, you have questions to the mayor?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, your name is there.
I meant to speak for down. I wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. All right, so we don't have any questions. Our next speaker is Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise today and welcome class to join us to thank the mayor and our incredible colleagues in the Social Development Finance Administration Department. Apologies if you've changed recently. But it's really been an honor as part of this term to really focus our efforts on investing in young people who need us the most. As the youth advocate and youth champion here on council, and I believe the youngest member of council, so closest to the young people and their experiences, it has been an incredible journey to see the leadership come around, the investments come about, and to see the impacts that we're having and we're making in community. We know that young people deserve hope. They need to have caring adults in their lives, and it's really critical that that social infrastructure exists. The truth of the matter is it doesn't exist for all young people across the board. And where it is absent, we have an opportunity to step in, to be present, and to ensure that outcomes for young people in our city are positive, to ensure that their voices, their gifts, their skills, their talents are nurtured in a good way, and that we are the water and the sun that allows them to grow in this city and to pay it forward again, and to turn around and make sure that they're making us proud within the city in the ways in which that they're able to show up, build solid lives for themselves, contribute to our society in a positive way. But that doesn't happen by accident. That happens with deep intention and with investment. And this council has demonstrated through our actions and our commitments what the power in that incredible work. And I'm really excited about tracking these particular outcomes because I am so optimistic and hopeful about the future of these young people that we are investing in and the ripple effects that they are going to have within our communities, whether it comes to safety specifically, but in so many other ways. And so I think this is a moment we should all be really proud of ourselves. We're following evidence, we're following data, we are understanding social determinants of health, we are addressing them, and while so many challenges continue to face our city, from homelessness, addiction, mental health, youth unemployment, housing crisis, you name it, folks are often coming to share their concerns about things that are happening in our city. This is a really positive thing that we can be proud of and should continue to point to in terms of one part of a wider, problem solving in our communities that are really putting people first and investing where it's most needed. I am, again, very grateful to this council, to our mayor for her leadership, to not only our colleagues here at City Hall, but our community partners on the ground that are working hard with these young people, building these really important relationships. They are transformational for these individual young people, but for our city as well. Let's keep going. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
What's so exciting to stand up and speak in support of this program today is that we know it's going to work. We know in advance because everything that the Social Development Division does with respect to safety has been tested, has been evaluated, and has been proven. So we know that this intervention, this investment is actually going to pay off. And there have been wonderful expressions here by Mayor Chow and, of course, Deputy Mayor Morley, who is our youth champion, who so eloquently talked about the value of this program. But I think it's also good to remember that this is such a profoundly fiscally prudent approach to the question of crime. Nothing is more expensive than a young person getting in trouble at school or in the community, ending up through the criminal justice system. Every touch that the criminal justice system has, intervention with young people, is very expensive. We're talking about the cost of policing, we're talking the cost of courts, and eventual incarceration, and the outcomes are horrific, not just for the individual young person, but everybody in the community, their friends, their family. The ripple effects are enormous. So I can't think of a better dollar that we're spending in this entire council meeting than the dollars that are being put into this program today. I also want to just quickly add that we cannot just look at young people as fundamentally broken when they've had experiences that are traumatic, or they've experienced poverty, or they're just far away, whether geographically or from a social class, economic class perspective, from opportunities. They are fundamentally valuable. And if we can regard them that way, and we know that this program will, as they come back into collaboration with their community, into being contributing members of society, they will be our greatest asset in dealing with these problems, because they become role models, they become mentors. If we want to solve the problem of youth crime, youth violence, let's turn to the youth that are involved, the youth that have been victims, wrap our arms around them, and they will lead us to the solutions that we need, because they will be the ones to champion the change, to embody the change. And I think that's why I'm so proud to stand with you today in supporting this initiative, and thank the staff who are bringing to us something that we know will produce the results that we want. and we will be safer and healthier for it because it's already proving to be true.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cole. I appreciate it. You know, I don't often get up to commend the mayor, but I will on this this occasion because I think what she's done with the summer safety programs is really important. Last summer, what the mayor did was actually, and I hate the term, but think outside of the box. Look at different ways to do things. The police and their summer safety programs tended to be the same thing year after year, and they were fine and all that, but the mayor put together a team, and I'm talking about TCH, I'm talking about Toronto Police, I'm talking about local divisions. And she put together that team and brought in new ideas. And I know in the division that Councillor Carroll and I represent, which is 33, they did a pilot. And instead of just dealing and working with the youth, they worked with their families. And they looked beyond the immediate problem and looked at the whole environment in which they lived. And I know the impact of that work was phenomenal. And there are direct numbers that correlate with the work they did. And so that was the little bit of experience I had last year. And now this year was a little bit of a tougher fight. Trying to get money out of Mayor Chow was difficult. But the local commander, local division leader, and Councillor Carroll works with him quite a bit, is Donovan Locke, Superintendent Locke. And he came to us and he said, I have a new idea. He said, I want to give kids the opportunity to see what policing's like. And now there's the Yippee program, and that's good, but so many marginalized youth can't take a summer to do an internship or anything like that. They need a job. So they don't, even though the opportunity seems to be there for them, it's actually not. And he came and he said, I want to do something similar where kids have the opportunity, marginalized youth, to see what policing is like, so we can build those relationships from the ground up. And he said, but to do that, I also want to give them a job. And so we know what youth unemployment's like. We know that the police need to build relationships with community. And so it was about giving kids the opportunity to work within the system, to benefit from the system, to understand what policing is about, build those relationships, but actually get paid while they're doing it. And then Jim Jessup, the deputy chief, fire chief, heard about this, and he realized that we had a little bit of a problem because not everyone loves police. He said, well, include me. Everyone loves firefighters. And so we included him. And so now it's an 8-week program. It's at Seneca College. Kids are going to get a microcredit. Youth 16 to 18, so we're getting them a bit earlier because 18 can be on the old side, and thank you to Mayor Chow for that idea. And they're going to get a microcredit. They're getting paid. They're going to be introduced to police and fire. So they're, when people have the opportunity to work within the community, to represent the community, and to put their lives on the line for the community, that's what builds community. That's what builds relationships. And this is a really important first step to give those kids that exposure. I was listening to Scott Galloway he's on YouTube, and he said one of the challenges that a lot of marginalized youth have is that they don't even realize that those opportunities exist for them. They just don't. They think, oh, that's not something I could ever experience. Well, this is just one program, and it's 40 youth. It's a pilot. I'm sure this will spread across the country, and we have Mayor Chow to thank for that. But it's giving those kids, opening their eyes, giving them the opportunity, and I think they win, the city wins, and society wins, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to thank Councillor Burnside for that real insight into something that works. And it's not just bureaucracy. There's actually a success story here. And And this whole program is really, I think, a testament to the mayor's interest in youth and youth employment and youth success. And I know it doesn't make the headlines on CP24 because you have to shoot someone or you have to do something else to make that headline. But this is the type of good work that goes on behind the scenes that the mayor is championing, and councillors are trying to work and do their part. So this is how you prevent crime. It's not just policing. You have to invest in young people. And it takes money and coordination. I just want to say that a good example of this type of work has been ongoing in Lawrence Heights. I represent the largest community housing project in Canada, called Lawrence Heights. And we've had many challenges there over the years, but just to say that over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had great success in reducing the amount of criminal violence. And it really takes a team effort. We've got TCHC, we've got Toronto Police, we've got social development at the city. They all work together. And right now, what they've done is they have renovated a house, a TCHC house, which is a drop-in house for young people, where they can do job searches, they get counseling. It's their house. They also put in a mini police station in Lawrence Heights, where the police can chat and get to know the residents rather than just come in when there's crime committed. And then the important thing is the coordination. So we've also got a full-time coordinator coordinating all these programs in Lawrence Heights. And so, touch wood, the violent events that have occurred there have really been diminishing over the last number of years. But it takes ongoing money, coordination, all hands on deck, and it works. The thing that's really missing in all this is that governments, the city, the province, the feds can do so much, the police, the firefighters, but where the hell is the private sector? Where are they? Why aren't they coming up with a program? Why aren't they doing ads on TV? Why aren't they stepping up? There's a lot of big money in Toronto. So I challenge all these big corporations, these huge enterprises, and God bless them, they're making a lot of damn money. Bless them, because they employ a lot of people. But why don't you step up and do something for the youth? Do something out of the box. God forbid. So we've got to challenge everyone. We're all to be challenged in this, because we've got to do more at the city. Our agencies got to do more. And we just have to get our big players in this city that do very damn well in this city to step up and do something for youth, because there's still too many young people that want to work, have talent, but they all, we've all heard it. I sent in 50 resumes, 100 resumes, 300 resumes. They get no reply. Over and over again, I hear that same story. What do I do to get someone at that company to respond to my request? I want to work for you. No response. So again, I just want to say the city's got to continue to do what it can with all of our partners, but it's about time we had some step up from our corporate entities here in this city, and to do it across the board. Because there's youth, yes, there's vulnerable youth, youth at risk that need help, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of regular kids that have good families, middle income, whatever it is, they can't get a job. They have also got to be given an opportunity. So again, it's a challenge to everybody out there to do a bit more and to join the city and join the federal and provincial government in helping these young people work. That's all I want to do, work. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you very much. And I will be supporting the recommendation. And as a member of the Mayor's Youth Task Force, We have had regular meetings, and each councillor is giving updates on what's happened in their ward. And I just want to give an update what's happened in Ward 5. As you know, I've been very involved with youth for many, many years, and I've been working very hard with my youth, one-on-one discussions on safer places, job opportunities, and that's what I hear from every time I meet with the youth in our community. And so recently, I held a job fair, and at that job fair, we had approximately 900 youth that attended. And from that job fair, we had a number of vendors, universities, fire, police, EMS, colleges, various businesses in the area. The youth came, filled out applications, and actually some of the youth were hired that day, which was very successful. And as a matter of fact, too, there was some businesses in the area that had vacant space on the main street, and they volunteered to have some of the youth go into that vacant space and use that for free and do some programming or do boxing or whatever the organization was requested. And, you know, that is why, and I want to thank members of the council that supported me and supported the mayor on that initiative that we had with the arena for the launch pad. That is the reason for the launch pad. We want to provide free space, job opportunities for youth, and that is why when we had that item at the council agenda executive, we had all the youth that came and made deputations on how they felt this was important to us. This is what we need. We need opportunities. We need job opportunities. We need free space for programming. Unfortunately, some of them play basketball in schools, and they have to pay a fee to use the space. I was at one of the basketball programs that they had at one of the schools, and I asked, so how much do you pay a month? We pay $1,300 a month just to use the space, just to play basketball. They don't have the money to do that. That is the reason the launch pad was so important to our youth in our ward. And we need to do a lot more opportunities, to give opportunities for youth. Because, you know, we've heard complaints for years and years, what are you doing, what are we doing? We have the youth, they don't have jobs, they don't have space, and look at the crime that we have on our streets and that. But finally, we're stepping up and providing the programming and the space that they need and job opportunities. I wish there were opportunities years ago when my son was younger. There was none. There was absolutely none. As a single parent, I couldn't even afford to send him to programming. I worked 3 jobs. How could I afford it? So we have a lot of parents out there that are in the same situation where they need help with their youth. And thank you very much for bringing the report forward. And I really think that the task force, the youth task force that we've been meeting, and thank you to staff on that. And thank you to members of council that have participated, because I really think that it's made a big difference. And we are very successful in what we're doing. Thank you.
Well said. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I rise in support of this item in front of us. But I wanted to, not simply just to appreciate the Mayor's leadership on this file, but to say that when we talk about leadership, oftentimes it is viewed in such a fashion which is about notoriety and fanfare and media and so on. But true leadership, really, it's about doing things without the expectation of recognition. I say this because while this report is in front of us, in my ward, for example, and having worked with the mayor, just last year, we had $250,000 from the funds that you would establish, Mayor. And while I'm not a part of the youth task force, we talked about what needed to be done in my ward. The $250,000 was used to help train young people as part of the High Five. They were able to get certification with respect to first aid and CPR. Those young people were able to then apply for city jobs because actually they had training and experience and exposure to opportunities. Without the investment, they wouldn't have had that because we would not have had the funds. Working with Steve Jordan and the team out in my ward has been instrumental in terms of helping and creating opportunities to young people. Not just that, this year, we have an additional $300,000 from the budget to invest in the Youth Technology Hub that we're actually putting together, working with DMZ out of TMU, Centennial College, working with Protexa and others to create opportunities for young people. So we don't have a lot of fanfare, we don't have a lot of media, we don't have a lot of spotlights shining on it. But what we are actually doing are significant initiative to actually help young people. Clearly, this initiative of City Serve TO is there to help young people because we see that there is a void, there needed to be programs put in place and so on. So all of these things are creating opportunities for young people. Here's the rub, everybody. If you don't have a dollar as a young person and you want something, so you have a need and no opportunity to satisfy that need, what are you going to do? Well, you're crafty, you're going to steal it if that's the opportunity only available to you. Or you're going to maybe get the money from somewhere through illicit means to be able to then acquire what you want. What are we trying to do with our young people? We're saying, hey, we're going to provide you with opportunities to be able to earn, to train, to develop, so that you can, through the natural means of your own thriftiness, of your own efforts, to be able to earn money, to be able to be trained, to be able to acquire and buy something. What are we teaching them today? We're teaching them fundamental skills so that as they develop as adults into that maturity, that they won't do the things that we don't want them to do, which is to get involved in illicit activities and so on and so forth. Why is that important? It's important for us systematically because the thing is, it's actually cheaper. When we invest now versus pay later, it's cheaper to invest in those young people now. We train them, we teach them, they understand. In my own ward, we used to have a lot of conflicts with young people and other young people. We implemented program at McGregor and the high school, Winston Churchill and David and Mary Thompson, Bendel BTI, and all of these things have come together. In my ward, we have the Taste of Lawrence. It's this festival I started 22 years ago. What we've seen, we use a minimum of 150 young people in the community. Some are paid and some are just volunteering because they need to be able to have that experience. What have we seen? We've seen an amazing decrease with respect to criminal activity in the community. You speak to Superintendent Wilson or Inspector Ford and any of the other police officers that work in the community, you see a major difference, a major shift. One of the things that I've spoken with staff about, what we have to do, Mayor, next is then build a bigger model so that we can accommodate the opportunities for young people, not just during the summer, but during the other periods of time as well. We can actually do that working with the schools. And if any one of us put ourselves in the position of those young people today, I worked at Burger King, I worked at A&W, all through public school and high school from grade 8. I started working from grade 8. Right through high school, I had a job. I also worked at Becker's Milk for a number of years. What did it do for me? It gave me money because I could take my girlfriend out for dinner and actually pay for it, quite frankly, and I was a big hero then. My point simply is this: if we provide opportunities for the young people, they will do the things that we want and they will make us proud. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just want to as well give a shout out to the mayor here. This is a very, very complicated area of municipal government. And it's one of the areas that is least quantifiable in terms of the work that you do, the investments you make, the outreach, and all of those other things. And what is the net benefit or net result of that? Well, this mayor has done something. I've lived through a number of mayors at through the city of Toronto, dating back to Mel Lastman, and I've seen a number of them over the years, and in terms of how they deal with this particular issue and in this particular area of municipal government. And this mayor has taken the bull by the horn, and she said this. She said she's demanded more of us. She's expected us to do better. She's put the bureaucracy at our disposal, and we are out there doing some significant work. We are in constant competition with the bad guys on this. You know, the bad guy shows up at the ice cream truck and starts buying up kids, ice cream and others, demonstrating, that the bad guy has money, that the bad guy has bling bling, that the bad guy has capacity, and if you want to do something, and if you desire the same things, then hook up with the bad guy and he'll show you the way. Well, we are in competition with that. We're in competition with that all the time. Because what we need to do is we need to reach out and we need to say to kids, hook them up with other friends, hook them up with other folks, give them different experiences so that the bad guy doesn't get a grip on a lot of the kids in our neighborhoods. And this mayor has done that more successfully than I've seen any other mayor do it before. Moreover, this group that she has put together, when I go out into neighborhoods like Jane and Finch and something happens and people look to me and say, hey, Anthony, what are we going to do here? What's up with this? And I say, well, you tell me what it is that we need to do here, that where we could have done something different, that could have corrected this before this happened. And you know what? And the mayor's got this active group that I can take it to, and we can apply resources to. She's put the city bureaucracy at our disposal. She's cobbled together monies, from other sources, from the federal government and others, in order to provide some of these supports to our young people. The hope that she has provided in neighborhoods like mine it hasn't been seen, at least not under my tenure from the leadership of the city. So I want to give her a shout out to that. In response to Councillor Cole's shout out to the private sector. There are some outfits out there that are doing some significant work in giving young people opportunities. But I want to give a shout out to Tridel in their establishment of Bolt. They have a foundation that goes out, recruits kids, and gives them training and prospective jobs and job opportunities in the construction industry. I do agree with Councillor Coley that much more could be done that way. Because the private sector does have a lot of capacity, a lot of potential here, and they could be helping us out a lot in reaching out to young people and keeping them away from the bad guy. Because the bad guy is relentless. He's always prowling. He's always looking. He's always wanting some new young kid to do his bad things, and all we can do to make sure that that bad guy doesn't get his claws into that potentially good kid is and we should do it. And so I think I've said what I wanted to say, but thanks again to the mayor for her activism in this area of municipal government.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to wrap up through you to the mayor. I don't think you'll mind me bringing it back to the comment that you started with this. We have to remember that this transaction is fundamentally receiving federal funds. And a big thank you has to go to the 416 caucus of the federal government. We did all go to our members. We did all take the orders through you, Madam Speaker, to the mayor. We did take our assignment. We all spoke to our MPs. But what's important is that they listened. Sometimes they don't have the time, but I think many of us had a similar experience. They said, what does this mean? If we take away these funds, what does it mean? And if we leave them there, if we invest, where does it go? How does it affect the people in my particular riding? And most of us had answers because the impact of all these programs does spread far and wide and to the city limits. The program that Councillor Burnside described will go right up to kids who live just south of Steeles Avenue and make a big difference to kids east of Yonge who really can't sign up for the Youth and Policing Initiative that the province have funded for years because it means being at 7 a.m. at the police college far west in Etobicoke. And so a complementary program, an enhanced program on the other side of town that pays youth to get involved and begin to understand first response and the public sector in all is a really important program, and just one, it's a tiny fraction. And so the 416 caucus of the federal government responding to the mayor's plea and those of all the councillors and actually reaching back to us and saying, tell me about it, is really important. Because it's hard when you're an arm's length level of government to understand what happens once you say yes to those funds. We approved a bill. What does it mean? I don't even know in my own neighborhood. Well, now they do, which is important because we need this to be an ongoing initiative. We want it to be a shorthand conversation from here on in when we need to go back for the renewal. And for me, I'm just going to use a catchphrase of one of these groups. In CityServe, one of the programs they're funding here, Think Twice, has a catchphrase that they use. Their motto is turning pain into purpose. We need to think about that, turning pain into purpose. We don't live the lives of young people now, and certainly not youth at risk, but they live very different lives than we lived as young people. My grandson, because he works in sports and tries to grab kids who might be losing ground and get them engaged in sports, at the age of 20, has been to more funerals than I had attended by the time I was 50. Funeral after funeral. Because while we're making huge strides in decreasing crime, we can't take our hand off the till because, keep your hand on that tiller, because while we have a quickly reducing level of crime, this time last year, when we had homicide rates that were 55% down, this time last year there were 22 homicides. Now there are 7. That's how fast it's going down. But don't take your hand off the tiller, because those that do happen, both the perpetrator and the victims are getting younger and younger. They need us. They need us. So we really are turning pain into purpose in investing in this, and that's something that you should continue to remind and thank your federal MPs, because we need this to be ongoing. And so we will have to go back. We don't want to have to say every couple of years, oops, funding's over. We need this to become an ongoing investment that they are proud to make. As proud as the speeches I just heard, as proud as we are of our city and of ourselves, we need to extend that to the federal government, and so this becomes perpetual funding. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the item? Okay, let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Members, I was just given notice from the staff that the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review on this item online and in the clerk's meeting portal, which is EX 30.11 and EX 31.7 FIFA World Cup. The Executive Director of FIFA World Cup Secretariat has submitted a supplementary report for information. And PH 30.1, City Initiated Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, the Executive Director Development Review has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Okay, members, our next item is DM 41.2, which Councillor Myers held down, which is responding to Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act. So if members of council have questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. Okay, Councillor Myers, questions. Hold on, let's wait till we get staff down here. Oh, yeah. Okay, Councillor Coe, if you can please leave the council chambers, you have a conflict. Staff here to answer? Yes, okay, Councillor Myers, questions.
Thank you. So just for clarification, can staff please let us know what advance notice was given to either the City of Toronto or the TTC that Bill 98 was in the works?
Through the Speaker, the TTC received notice the day of the introduction of the legislation.
So the day of. So is it fair to say the TTC nor the City of Toronto was consulted at all about Bill 98?
The TTC, as mentioned, was consulted the day of the introduction of the legislation, and we had a number of conversations subsequent to that.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that when reading Bill 98 that there are a lot of unfunded mandates from the province that could force the city to run services without any compensation for either the operating needs or the capital needs?
So through the Speaker, the legislation can only come into force with regulation. So at this point, there's no specific proposal on the table. The legislation at this point doesn't contemplate any funding sources, though, for any proposal at this point in time.
Thank you. Under the plain reading of the legislation, acknowledging that the regulations have not yet been passed, is it possible that the province could begin charging fare, order the TTC to charge fare by distance? Right now, everyone pays one fare to get across the city. In theory, the province could now order the TTC to pay more the further you travel, to pay less if you're traveling shorter distances.
So through the Speaker, the legislation's broad in its contemplation of what proposals could be introduced on fare policy, so it could be a wide-ranging number of fare structures. Those discussions, though, haven't progressed to...
So is that a yes or no?
Yes, in theory.
Yes, in theory. Okay, great. Under this legislation, is it contemplated that potentially Toronto could have to share its TTC revenues with surrounding cities?
Through the Speaker, revenue allocation is one area where the minister, in theory, could introduce a regulation. yes, but that has not been tabled at this point in time.
Thank you. Under this regulation, the TTC could be forced to do Wheel-Trans service door-to-door outside of the City of Toronto across the GTA, correct? And that would have an adverse impact on overall Wheel-Trans operations.
So through the Speaker, one of the areas that is contemplated is how to promote integration of specialized transit services, but there's very scarce details to actually comment on the intention of the impact.
Thank you. Under the legislation, would it be possible for this province to eliminate all concession fares? So the low-income pass, the seniors pass, the youth pass, fare capping, and say that Toronto must charge one flat rate for everyone?
Through the Speaker, as currently written, as my colleague said, with it being so permissive, the province could take on that and set concession rates or schedules for the City of Toronto and other jurisdictions in the GTHA.
Right, thank you. And the province could do this without compensating the city at all, correct?
Through the Speaker, there's no details on how they would or not, and so it's silent on that. So I guess in theory they could.
Thank you. And under this legislation, the province could force the TTC to adopt whatever payment system, Presto, charged at whatever price they envision, correct?
Through the Speaker, it's quite explicit on that they could dictate the fare collection system that we would use through the New Deal and also existing other agreements, including tying gas tax funding to the use of a certain fare collection system that largely already exists, but this reinforces that.
This reinforces that. And has the province given any indication that they are willing to work with the cities to find a reasonable solution to the issue of the payments under Presto? Or is this a way of telling the city that they must accept Presto and whatever price that comes with Presto?
Through the Speaker, we don't have clarity on that. And as you know, we are coming to the end of a current Presto agreement with the province of Ontario. And so there may be in-camera questions you have in relation to that, but that agreement is coming to an end.
Thank you. And final question, under this agreement, is it not that the province could essentially dictate the service that the TTC is forced to provide, but keep Toronto with all of the liabilities, aging assets, maintenance costs, without providing any additional funding?
That was your last question.
Through the Speaker, the legislation as written is broad sweeping in power. So in theory, there's a whole host of scenarios as you've described, which is why we've advocated strongly to be consulted at the table and are at the table with them.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just had a couple of questions, and with thanks to my colleague, Councillor Myers, for digging into the transit-specific implications. But as we heard, there are broad sweeping powers suggested in this particular piece of legislation. So just to back up a moment, what's the current status of this legislation?
So through the Speaker, it's past third reading. It's now waiting royal assent.
Typically, how long do we expect till it becomes law and something we need to follow?
So through the Speaker, I believe it's typically 30 days, but it has moved through the legislature pretty quickly.
I hope staff can speak to some of the other implications outside of the very concerning issues related to transit and governance of our own transit system within the city. But with respect to Toronto Green Standards, what impacts might this proposed legislation have on our ability to implement our Toronto Green Standards? If any, that you're aware of.
So through the Speaker, I think we need to refer that over to City on the Green Standard.
I can maybe follow up with staff online, but upon reading and concerns that are coming up in our community are with respect to the implementation, our ability to implement Toronto Green Standards, strategically planning our parks networks, and also around requiring EV charging infrastructure with new developments. So I'll let that lie for a moment, but I do want to dig further into this because there's also contemplated recommendations around minimum lot sizes. How are if staff can help us understand, how is a piece of legislation specific to transit also having implications related to built form and lot sizes in the City of Toronto?
So through you, Chair, Bill 98 includes a number of provisions that impact a number of different pieces of legislation. The Planning Act is one of those. And there are also a number of ERO postings that have been done concurrently.
Sorry, can you explain ERO for anybody who's not?
Postings on the Environmental Registry. As the councillor notes, these relate to a number of things, including some changes to the scope of the site plan process, which will have an impact on the Toronto Green Standard. There are also proposals related to minimum lot size that the province is consulting on.
Thank you. I wonder, and maybe this is for the city manager, what type of response so far has the city been able to provide back to the province as it relates to this legislation?
So, Speaker, we've identified our concerns. We continue to work with them on a number of the things that were in here. We are attending where they've asked for some of the working groups that have come out of some of the aspects. I would say that's more on the transportation side at the moment than the housing side, but all of our concerns continue to be made known to the appropriate ministries under this legislation.
Thank you. And we do have concerns in Etobicoke around the continued pressures for growth and really compromising community characteristics. Can our planning colleagues confirm that they will continue to be seized with this issue and advocating on behalf of the city's vision for how our communities will grow?
Through the Speaker, yes, we will, and we have provided comments on all of those proposed regulatory and legislative changes that affect the Planning Act.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, just ask questions.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I just missed that last bit there. Is staff bringing us some analysis on Bill 98 with respect to changes to the official plan, housing policies, etc.?
So through the Speaker, we are looking at bringing an information report to the next Planning Committee specific to the aspects of Bill 98 that affect the scope of site plan approval, as well as that impact the approach to parkland dedication. Okay, but from what I heard, this could very well have royal assent and therefore be in place by then. So it would be a factual report rather than an opinion report. Do I understand that? That's correct.
Thank you. Just on the transit side of things, this is a little bit more general. I live in Etobicoke Centre. I live very close to the Mississauga border. And if I needed to take Wheel-Trans to go to, say, Trillium Hospital or my doctor who could just be over the border, how does that work?
Through the Speaker, right now, as an eligible Wheel-Trans customer, you would book a trip. That Wheel-Trans trip, depending on where it is outside of the 416, would take you either to a destination where you would transfer to that community's specialized service, or if it's close enough to the boundaries of Toronto, you would be taken directly.
Right. So I couldn't go to a destination in Mississauga. They'd drop me off somewhere like a shelter or a depot, and I'd have to then get picked up by their accessible transit service. There's no integration.
Yeah, through the Speaker, there is a transfer point for those longer regional trips on specialized transfer.
Yeah, it's a bus shelter, is that right?
It is I would say a higher order bus shelter, but it is an area where that, of course, has to be accessible and has other amenities to make sure that it can be a transfer point if someone has to wait.
And I know TTC may not have written these words in the motion, but it talked about 18% of transit riders transferring from regions beyond Toronto. Like that's almost 1 in 5. So the recommendation places emphasis on the 4 out of 5 that are within Toronto, but the 1 out of 5 or 20% or 18% are people that come across the border. Is that right?
Through the Speaker, of our TTC riders, 18% of those trips originate or end outside of the 416.
Right. So I'm in Etobicoke, and if I want to go to Square One Shopping Center or something a little bit over the border, what happens? Do I take the bus to the edge and then what do? I guess they kick me off, right? And then I have to wait for a My Way bus, and I have to pay again.
So through the speaker, one of the things that was introduced by the province and is the One Fare program. So that instance of paying again has been largely covered now, and so there's been about 84 million trips taken that have taken advantage of One Fare. But there are instances where you would have to transfer vehicles. There are about 6 routes that we operate cross-boundary. There's probably about 100 routes from our neighboring municipalities that travel and bring people into the TTC hubs and stations.
So the Burnhamthorpe bus route, for instance, in Etobicoke, that's one that's being looked at for harmonization with Peel Region, with My Way, because it's literally the same buses overlapping each other on the same route. That's the concept. Would this not help with that process, this legislation?
Through the speaker, the Burnhamthorpe example is a good one, and we are looking at that. We already have the ability to do that. We bargain that with our unions, so that's something we're looking at. But I think the intent of the service integration is to look at routes like that where there might be some rationalization and where an empty bus would not pass by someone waiting for one.
And back to that 18% stat, that's looking at system-wide. But if I was on the edges of the city, the proportion of people that I may encounter that come across the border and the traffic associated with that would be higher, wouldn't it? So at, say, Kipling Station, there'd be a far higher proportion of people traveling there that would be from Mississauga, because it's right on the end of the route at the edge. So that stat is as a whole versus a local stat. Is that fair to say?
Through the speaker, yes, that is an aggregate stat. And so as I mentioned, with over 100 municipal bus routes from across the region, bringing people to our end terminus routes, that we would expect that that would be higher at, at the ends of the line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, through you, Speaker. I just want to pick up on the last comment. We would expect that more people would be coming from 905 and into 416. Is that what you just said?
Through the speaker, I think the question was at our end terminus stations, would we expect the proportion to be higher of trips originating outside of the 416? And we would. I mean, it's probably highest, in fact, at Union. But yes, at Kipling, Kennedy, Finch, et cetera, we'd expect it to be higher.
And there's no expectation that there would be additional funding to connect, to serve those additional riders?
Through the speaker, to date, the riders' costs have been covered through the One Fare program, which people have benefited from. But the operating costs for the TTC would be something that we'd have to address.
In terms of the nature of our network in the City of Toronto, the TTC network, is it fair to characterize it as one of the best bus networks that covers the greatest geography in neighborhoods and one of the highest service frequencies?
Through the speaker, certainly in the region, it would have the highest service frequency and have the most robust network, and so it would be at a higher standard. All of our service standards would be higher than our neighbors. And I would add probably than many systems around the continent, certainly. So it certainly would be high in terms of frequency and coverage.
Yeah, so I've heard it referred to as one of the leading, globally leading. Going back to the example of there's duplication, as Councillor Holliday was talking about. The province, for example, could say you're coming in from York or Durham. There are 2 different buses. However, and then they could decide only the Durham bus will run, but that bus might come only every 30 minutes, correct? Whereas the TTC bus has been coming every 10 minutes.
Yeah, through the speaker, correct. Obviously, we can't set service levels for our neighbors, and so you might be served by a bus that would not have the level of frequency that you would have enjoyed with the TTC.
So I represent an area that's far from the borders of the city that way, but our colleagues who are in those areas need to be conscious that their riders, their residents, might receive less frequent service in this scheme. In terms of the infrastructure pieces, because as I understand this, what this legislation does is it uploads decision-making 100% to the province, but at the same time maintains, the costs of service and and particularly the infrastructure on 416. So who has built over time? Is it fair to say that property taxpayers in the City of Toronto have invested massively in the creating the streetcar tracks, the subways, creating the dedicated bus routes, creating all of ensuring, buying, and maintaining the physical infrastructure of running a transit authority?
Through the Speaker, we're obviously very appreciative of the subsidy that comes from the city, that comes from the tax base and from homeowners and renters. And of course, on top of that, the significant contribution from Toronto residents that pay for all of this through their fares.
Yeah, thank you for anticipating that, because it's to people that ride transit and the people that pay property taxes, often the same people, have paid for all of the infrastructure. So we will be then effectively, they've taken the decision-making power, but they're leaving the cost of that infrastructure with us. And is it, perhaps it's, you don't want to say this, but to my mind, it's that we are subsidizing the, in a way, this with all the infrastructure that we've built, their power grab.
Through the Speaker, I think that's why it's so critical that we have a seat at the table, as my colleague and the city manager have said. Much of this is unknown to us at this time, and so we need to have a seat at the table and make sure we can answer these questions more effectively, and then also to figure out how we might advocate for those residents and customers that you mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I mean, my colleague, Councillor Bravo, has covered a lot of what I wanted to ask you. But basically, you agree with me the TTC is essential to the economy and livability of Toronto.
Through the Speaker, yes.
And we have good studies to show that every dollar invested in transit in Toronto has $7 of benefits for the community.
Correct. That was an independent study carried out by academic university, yes.
And the TTC already faces major financial hardship. It is really difficult for us to pay our operating bills, and huge portions of our capital requirements are unfunded, correct?
Yes, the TTC does have operational challenges and capital challenges.
Right. Most of the capital that we need to keep our system in good repair is unfunded. We don't have the money we need to repair the streetcars, the subways, the buses, any of our infrastructure, right?
Yes, circa 35 to 37 billion unfunded.
Right. And in that context, the taxpayers of Toronto have stood up. The largest single element in our budget, this largest subsidy we give is for the TTC so that you could increase service, right?
Yes.
And what this bill is designed to do is to drain authority and money out of the TTC, correct?
So the bill as it stands right now is wide sweeping in terms of its powers. And the purpose of being at the table is to ensure that it is based upon three things. I had the opportunity to go to the Standing Committee on Heritage and Infrastructure Cultural Policy to set out three clear steps.
But you're not answering my question. I'm not asking you what your objectives are in discussing the province. Yeah. The bill is designed to give the province unfettered authority to drain power and money out of the TTC. Isn't that correct?
The bill is silent on that, hence the working groups we have to define exactly what it will do.
Well, listen, I appreciate you're trying your best to minimize the damage, but we need to be honest with the people of Toronto what's at stake. Isn't it true that one of the things this bill is designed to do and would do is to allow the province to force the TTC to pay much more for Presto and get less?
Through the Speaker, through this legislation and other legislation that already exists in the books, the province can dictate what fare collection system the TTC uses. It doesn't speak to what rates we would pay or what that commercial agreement would be, but certainly they can force us to use the fare collection system of their choice.
Right, and we're in negotiations right now trying to minimize that damage as well.
Through the Speaker, we are in negotiations with about a fare collection system right now.
Right. And right now the province is covering the cost of the one fare system. And when that came to council, we approved it on condition that there was no extra cost to the people of Toronto or the TTC, right?
Yeah, through the Speaker, that is correct.
Right.
The authority was bound.
Right. And we also stipulated that if the province stopped paying for it, they had to be the one to tell people that they were cutting off this benefit, right?
Through the Speaker, one of the clauses in the agreement is that they are responsible for that communication, correct?
Right. And under this bill, they're giving themselves the power to force us to keep providing the service at our expense with no help, right?
Through the Speaker, if they introduce a regulation that dictates the continuation of the one fare, in theory, that is correct.
Right. So they are giving themselves the unfettered authority to take away the subsidy, force us to continue providing the service at the expense of Toronto taxpayers, right?
Through the Speaker, the legislation is broad enough that it could give direction to that effect, yes.
Exactly. Okay, thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Malik, questions.
Thank you very much. My first question is related to transit workers who have made it very clear that the jurisdictional boundaries that we have when it comes to the different public transit services is a very important line for them to be able to respect. So I'm looking for more information about how and who is responsible for honoring that line that transit workers have laid out and the collective bargaining agreements that govern them.
So through the Speaker, there is a clause in the legislation that does give authority for the province to override that, but we have been very clear, not only in our discussion, we're talking very closely with ATU representatives, but in discussion with the province that our labor representatives and our CBAs need to be part of the consultations.
Okay, that's very concerning, and that should be to, again, all Torontonians and sector workers across the province as well. In that vein, how are you looking to uphold the commitment to transit advocates, to transit workers, and other, allies in the work to strengthen our public transit system, as has been approved by the TTC Commission? We do in our decision making and our work moving forward.
So through the Speaker, the principles of the board will inform how TTC staff, and there's a number of us who are engaged with the province at those consultation tables. We've also made commitment to our labor representatives at ATU to keep them apprised as proposals for new regulation are actually introduced. At this point, there is no specific proposal to respond to. And we have also encouraged our colleagues at the Ministry of Transportation to consider how they include a broader public consultation component to this work.
And so just to clarify, as of right now, as has been approved by the TTC Commission, that we will be upholding our commitments to transit advocates, to our labor partners, and to the broader communities around engagement and their involvement in the decisions that we make.
So through the Speaker, we can commit that we'll share all available information that we're able to as it becomes available. At this point in time, though, we don't have a specific proposal, and our intention is to keep our board of directors up to speed as well as the community.
Sorry, when you say you have not received a specific proposal to respond to, or there is not a plan being worked on to address this?
So there's no specific regulation proposals at this point to respond to. The legislation is really enabling legislation, and we have made it clear with our ministry colleagues that as soon as there's a specific proposal, a regulation they intend to introduce to use that authority there needs to be consultation not only with transit systems, but the community, the customers, and our labor representatives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on the item? Okay, let's go to speakers. If you want to speak, please put your name on the screen. So, Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I rise today as chair just to express my strong opposition to Bill 98 as it's written. I think this is a disastrous overreach by the province, and I don't think that language is inappropriate in this context. As TTC chair, one of the proudest achievements I've had is seeing the TTC and the board work very collaboratively with the province through Metrolinx to do a lot of good work for commuters across the GTA, whether this was participating in the open payments, participating in the province's One Fare, or really helping Metrolinx when they were struggling to get the Finch West LRT and the Eglinton Crosstown open. We really stepped up to the plate and did a lot of work outside of what was strictly our responsibilities within the operating agreement. That's what makes this piece of legislation so disappointing. The province gave absolutely no consultation to the City of Toronto, to our taxpayers, to our customers, to the TTC's expertise in terms of what they were planning or even seeking our feedback. And it's a bit rich now to say that they would like to discuss this after the fact once the legislation has already been passed. As a suburban councillor, I have a lot of concerns over just how this would affect the service my residents depend on, whether they would be now forced to rely on York Region transit schedule rather than TTC, whether they'll be forced to pay more because oftentimes my residents are traveling some of the furthest distances in the city, whether or not they'll be able to take advantage of certain concessions that we have, such as a student pass, a seniors pass, a low-income pass, and exactly what the province has intended to do with this. Also, as chair of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, I also have deep concerns over the province's plan to force the city to provide door-to-door wheel-trans service, which on its face might sound good, but with no operating and no capital costs attached to that funding from the province, what that could lead to is a serious deterioration of the service in terms of the quality of what we're able to do with wheel-trans, where right now riders are able to book a trip 4 hours in advance. Will we still be able to meet that service standard under this legislation if, wheel-trans vehicles are now being forced to drive all the way out to Oshawa or Burlington or Richmond Hill in order to provide door-to-door service to customers, whether or not they live in Toronto or not? I think Councillor Bravo is, going to pass a very helpful amendment, and I thank my colleagues, Councillor Sachs and Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, for their very helpful questions. I think we all have a lot of concerns about where this legislation is going, and I think this legislation is a broad overreach from the province and overstepping its jurisdictions in terms of what they actually know about running the TTC. I will just end off by saying that, again, I think this is another clear example of why Toronto needs to pursue a charter city status so that we do not keep having these types of discussions at every single council meeting about the province getting into municipal affairs that they do not have the expertise or the knowledge to do with the delicacy or care that it requires. Whether it's the TTC, whether it's the Planning Act, whether it's building an airport on the islands, the province needs to understand that there is a role for the City of Toronto to play in governing the affairs of the City of Toronto. And that does not mean that whatever Doug Ford thinks is right is what the City of Toronto of 3.5 million people should be doing. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bravo.
Through you, Speaker, I have a motion. The first part of the motion calls on City Council to express our support for the Toronto Transit Commission's written submission on Bill 98 to the Ontario Legislature Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure and Cultural Policy, which is contained in the first attachment to this motion. And the City Council forward this item to the Ontario Minister of Transportation for consideration during the development of regulations under the Fair Alignment and Seamless Transit Act 2026. Look, This is a really, really serious problem that we're facing, because this is another example of this provincial government and this premier taking from Toronto, taking from the people of Toronto. They're taking the power of decision-making away from the TTC, which has experience and expertise in running a transit system and is accountable, publicly available to the residents of Toronto. The TTC meetings, the board meetings are open. Everything happens in the public eye. Secondly, it's taking our investment. So for decades, and decades, the people of Toronto have invested through our property taxes in building up the Toronto Transit Commission service, all of the assets, all of the infrastructure, and obviously all the transit riders who pay our fares every day. They're taking that from us and they're uploading it to themselves. It means a subsidization that already occurs in the city of Toronto for transit riders from across the region, but this puts it on steroids. And it means that every day we're able to, for example, support the economy, the regional economy, because it's the TTC which has moved so many workers all over the city and all over the region as they come into this, the most important part of this region. What's at threat here is really significant, and I think my colleague talked specifically about suburban councillors being concerned. It's because we have a tremendously effective and a network that covers the city geographically and by neighborhood. 90% of people are within a 10-minute walk to a bus stop in the city of Toronto, and that's primarily functioning in areas of the city where you don't have there's no streetcar, there is no subway. What's going to happen with that? Are those people going to be served every 10 minutes, or are those routes going to be replaced with a bus that comes every 30 minutes? And that's a significant problem for all of the people that run our city, that are the personal support workers, that are the childcare workers, the people that work in our shelters, the people that work in service in particular. And the worst service is going to be even more threatened potentially if you're relying on Wheel-Trans. Add to this that we can expect that the fares will be higher. And there's got to be part of this is that agenda, is to make transit riders pay more for service that's worse. And that's why this motion asks for, with one voice, we get behind our TTC CEO, Mandeep Lally, who spoke at the committee, our chair, Jamal Myers, Councillor Myers, who submitted a letter in conjunction with the CEO. Our transit riders, as TTC riders, went to committee and spoke, also with one voice, and our transit workers, Amalgamated Transit Union 113, also went to committee. And all of these voices are saying the same thing. Protect the public interests of riders and taxpayers in the City of Toronto, protect the service that we have, and recognize that it's an absolutely crucial social and economic tool that we rely on, and we should be treated fairly. We need to be at the table, we need to be compensated, and we need to be made whole for what we provide for this entire region.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Nothing in the recommendations before us says that Council opposes Bill 98, but it does put, and I'm certainly not saying that, but it does put a number of leverage points here which I'm actually inclined to support. I'm not sure I agree with all of them 100%, but as a whole, I think we as a city should have some leverage in how our transit system is run and some of the key decisions that are made. But there's a couple of caveats to that. Firstly, I would say that we've done a lousy job as a city of integrating services across the borders. And I say that because I live in Etobicoke, and it can be a challenge to transfer systems to go to Peel Region, Mississauga, which is not very far away. And you have to remember that sometimes people on the borders of the city travel back and forth. Some of the closest stores, medical appointments, family, they're just over the border. The world doesn't stop at the Etobicoke Creek or Steeles Avenue. And so having a seamless system there for people to move back and forth is important. It makes life better. It also reduces congestion. So even if you're not a transit rider, there's more people that are using the system to go over the border instead of resorting to their cars. That's a good thing. And I just think we've done a poor job. We keep stumbling on roadblocks on this. So if this helps, good for them. But the caveat in here says, we shouldn't take a step backwards on the quality of service, or it shouldn't cost us more. I agree with that principle. And finally, I don't think we've done a great job with our fare policies. And that is intrinsically related to the city's budget and the money that we subsidize the transit system through taxpayers. Now, I recognize the risk that's pointed out here that, that subsidy could increase if we get unfunded mandates, and that's why I would agree to having some leverage on these regulations. But as a whole, I'm not so sure I agree with all of the policies, and there might be some silver lining in this that some of those things might get fixed. Maybe, just maybe, there'll be less reliance on taxpayer subsidy through this. We will see. So I'm going to support this, but I am going to just remind council that depending on where you live and who you represent in the city, the lens is a little different. And yes, suburban councillors should be concerned about impacts to services and potential for service decreases. But at the same time, there's a win in here if we see better services that cross the border seamlessly. And I use that example of Wheel-Trans. If you have to go to a hospital in Mississauga for a medical appointment, this is the story that someone told me. They literally drop you off at a bus shelter or a depot, and they say, tough luck, integrate the rest of your trip with the Peel region accessible service. And that's not easy. And some people will say, but I don't even have a choice. I have to go there. And that's what they have to navigate. I think we should be able to do better than that as a region. Anyhow, I guess we'll all vote the way that we see fit, but I don't think that this thing is a straightforward exercise, and it is geographically dependent.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. With all due respect, I think this is a very straightforward exercise. Yes, of course, it matters what service is provided, but our job is also, first of all, our job is for the people of Toronto, not just people who come to Toronto. And secondly, it is our job to pay attention not just to what services somebody might want, but how it gets paid for. This bill is about draining money and authority out of the TTC for people outside Toronto. And therefore, I ask everyone to support the recommendations, the very thoughtful motion that's been approved by the TTC board. We do have, over and over again, we've seen from this premier, taking away from the city, taking authority from the city, taking money from the city, dumping problems on the city, making our daily job much more difficult. And we've got two pieces here today about transit that are potentially enormously bad news. One is the Metrolinx piece that was referred, where Metrolinx is refusing to provide invoices and will eventually hit us with some giant bill that can't be backed up, that we may have no ability to resist. And this is about, again, taking away our authority, forcing costs on the city, making the city worse for the benefit of others. We know that we don't have the legal ability to stop Ford's constant attacks on the city, but it behooves us to protest in a clear and principled way over and over again. And these principles are fair and reasonable. The province resents it bitterly when the federal government creates unfunded mandates, but they keep dumping them on us. So I'm asking everyone to please support the motion by the chair of the TTC. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so members of council, the clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review on this item online. CC 41.3, update on 2026 motorized watercraft exclusion zones. The city manager has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. So we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Resumed. Members, please, can you take your seats? Hello, please. Okay. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Kurt Walter Herring, Sophia Parveen, and Hyacinth Clarine Sulf. Thank you. Recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? We have 8. If anybody's online, please turn your video on. We need 18 members. Okay, we just have 18. Please leave your videos on. Okay, first motion. Okay, we'll start with mine. Oh, hold on. I believe that, oh, not the one that you're looking after, right? Because you need, you're going to call the city. Oh, yeah. Okay, Councillor Fletcher's not here. Can I introduce it? Councillor Carroll, can you introduce a motion on my behalf because Councillor Fletcher is not here and she's seconding my motion? Okay. We'll put it on the screen. There it is.
Sorry, it's not appearing on the big screen and I'm in the middle of logging in. It's a motion I feel passionately about.
It's a TLAB hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
that Councillor Nunziata be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning 9 Hertford Avenue.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next motion. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I have a motion, not yet up on my screen. Yes, there we are, this Section 37 motion. So I hope everybody agrees that we need a little bit of laughter and levity in our life. And I have an opportunity to bring the Bad Dog Theater Troupe back to Ward 11, give them a new home in Mirvish Village. It's been a long time pulling all the pieces together. We have an opportunity right now and I want to grab it. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving a motion without notice concerning the female ginkgo trees of Toronto.
That's sexist.
I've never heard of it.
You're about to. You're about to hear.
I didn't know they had female trees.
And by the way, please don't read too much into it. It's got nothing to do with the fact that they're, well, it does. It's the fruit. The fruit is really stinky. Yeah.
Okay, just a sec. Councillor Perks, did you have a point of order?
Two. First of all, I believe this is tied to an item which was delegated to Toronto East York Community Council that we considered at our last meeting. So I don't see how this is appropriate. But secondly, there is no reason for urgency.
Okay, well then let's just take a vote. Do we want to take a recorded vote? Okay.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please.
Councillor Matlow. Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? The motion to add a motion to the agenda carries. The vote is 18-3.
Next. That's all. Members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your names on the list. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release AU 12.1. And I thank Pat for coming over and having a chat with me to answer my questions.
Okay, just a sec.
Oh, do you want to hold it? Okay.
So I believe that Councillor Holliday, you have a quick amendment on it? Okay. Okay, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. It's very quick and it's technical from the clerks. It has to do to the modifications on the instructions about the confidential attachments. It's just those words being added because there's multiple attachments.
Okay, so on AU 12.1, Councillor Holliday's amendment, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release EX 31.7. That's the FIFA matter. There's also a supplementary report as well.
Is there a supplementary?
Well, I just wanted to referencing it as, okay, all right. So I'm told by the clerk that it's okay. I can release it all. Thank you. And Speaker, just thank the city manager for our communications. Thank you.
All right. So Councillor Thompson is releasing EX 31.7, FIFA World Cup. On favor, carried. Councillor Matlow.
I believe that staff have an amendment to IE 29.6, amending the foundation drainage policy.
We need to spend time on that.
Do we? Okay. Councillor Holliday wants to spend time on bathtubs. Seeing if I know. Okay, thank you.
Sure. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal, but it's helpful.
All right. So that's it for quick releases. And before the recess, Council was considering item DM 41.2. We will now return to that item. Back to the speakers list. Oh, Councillor Matlow, you're up to speak.
Yes, I have a couple of motions, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
So one is that we are requesting that the Government of Ontario finally restore 50-50 operational funding to support local public transportation that was eliminated under the Mike Harris government. And the other is in support of fare integration, that Metrolinx enhance the One Fare program by immediately aligning with TTC fares, which will make fares more affordable for people in the city of Toronto. The concept of fare integration is welcome, and it's a conversation that's happened for a long time, and I'm glad to see that the government wants to pursue the conversation with us. The problem with how Doug Ford has gone about this, though, is that it was never a conversation to begin with. As Chair Myers said very well. There was no consultation with the TTC. And that the way that they've done it as well is about, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, it's just a little bit noisy. You might be. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. At the TTC board, you know, my colleagues and I spoke with one voice. You know, we have debates over various things at the TTC, but on this we were absolutely unanimous. Our objective needs to be to improve the infrastructure that we have, the state of good repair, to address the seemingly chronic delays that we have in our subway, to ensure that our system is safe and affordable. If this bill is the future of transit in the GTHA, it will mean that the TTC will no longer have control of its budget. It'll mean that possibly our revenue will go into other agencies to support their lines. It'll mean that we have less capability to fix our system and to improve our system. It could jeopardize our new fare capping program that seeks to keep fares more affordable every month. It means that the TTC will become yet another public agency that has been taken over by the provincial government with all intent and purpose. Doug Ford wants all the control, but he doesn't want to actually contribute anything toward the success of the TTC. And that's why the motions that I move, rather than just use the TTC as a revenue tool for the province, I'd like to see the provincial government actually contribute in a meaningful way to the ongoing operations of our system. So I want to thank Chair Myers. His leadership at the board has been extraordinary. And it's true. And every member there, I think, you know, appreciates that at our very local level at the TTC, whether you are upset about something the TTC has done, or you want to promote an idea, or you want to give kudos, or you want to challenge us to do better, we're accessible. People come and make deputations all the time. There's real, you know, live debate over the things that matter locally, down to routes, down to each and every stop. Do we really want to give that up to Metrolinx that has proven itself to be unaccountable? It lacks transparency. Look at what we had to go through the whole Eglinton ordeal. That's not the future of transit, in my opinion, that people want. And I really just want to acknowledge our TTC staff and my colleagues on the board for taking a very clear and strong stand. And I really want to thank all of my colleagues on council for standing with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the item? Any further speakers? Okay, so let's put the motions up. Motion by Councillor Bravo. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion by Councillor Matlow. Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Councillor Perruzza? In favor? Thank you. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20-1. Speaker, we should go back to motion 1 and take a recorded vote on that because a member has declared an interest.
Back to motion 1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please, on motion 1? In favor. Councillor Bradford, are you in the meeting, please? Are you in the meeting, Councillor Bradford? Motion 1 carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Item is amended, recorded.
Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
Pardon, Councillor Mallow?
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
I may be bringing to your attention something that you're already aware of, but on my iPad, there are times that the buttons don't even show up for the vote, and then there have even been times that they did show up, and okay.
Okay. We're aware of it? All right, okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, members of council, our next item is DM 41.3, towards the vision for design standard for future Toronto subway stations. Councillor Myers, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If we do, if I can have staff come forward. Okay, does anybody have any? Councillor Myers, this is your item. Do we have questions to staff? You held the item down. Anybody? The staff are here. Okay, please pay attention. DM 41.3, towards a vision for a design standard for future Toronto subway stations. That's the item that we're on now. Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. It's one. Item 1C calls for a review of the feasibility of installing platform edge doors on all new stations along the Yonge North Subway Extension and the Scarborough Subway Extension. How much would that cost?
Through the chair, TTC's estimate at the moment is that provisioning of platform edge doors by station is approximately 45 to 55 million per station.
Per station, do we have room in the capital plan to do that?
Through the chair, the Yonge North Extension is being built by Metrolinx, and therefore it is their capital plan that would be required to support that.
But if we had a program requirement and we're required to pay for it, because it's our request according to this, do we have room to fund that in our capital plan?
Through the chair, the TTC does not have budget room for platform edge doors at the moment in our capital plan.
1C is different than 1A, which talks about a design standard. That doesn't cost money, does it? Or it would be nominal to come up with a standard.
Correct. Through the chair, it would be nominal. It would require effort, but would be nominal to develop a standard. The standard does not then enable the work to be done unless the capital is available.
And for instance, it could set up the design of stations so that if we wanted to install platform edge doors in the future, that those costs would be minimized as much as possible by thinking ahead.
Correct. Through the chair, certainly a building for enabling platform edge doors when the station is constructed would certainly minimize downstream costs if later implemented.
Including adequate depth on the platforms and all of the things that you need to make them work.
Through the chair, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So just to pick up where Councillor Holyday left off, can staff just confirm that it is cheaper and more technically doable to install platform edge doors as a station is being built rather than trying to install them after the fact?
Through the chairs, certainly I think the life cycle cost would be, there would be efficiencies in building the platform edge doors, through the chair, platform edge doors at the onset of construction, rather than retrofitting or rehabilitating.
And do you have a sense, or can you just give a broad overview as to the types of delays that are caused by things going on the track, whether this is people, whether this is fires that are started from garbage? What would this actually produce in terms of a better, more reliable service?
Through the chair, I don't have those statistics with me today, but certainly disruptions related to unauthorized on track, which are numerous in our system, would be controlled with system-wide platform edge doors.
Thank you. And then regarding and this question is for planning, we've had a discussion now in the transit-oriented community, specifically about the Shepherd and McCowan Station and the potential need for commuter parking. Do staff have any positions as to the need for commuter parking in stations outside the downtown core?
So through the chair, for all station areas in the downtown core or elsewhere, these are areas that the official plan identifies for mixed-use development, for higher density development. The official plan does have policies that seek to limit surface parking around subway stations, and where surface parking already exists, to identify those as areas for redevelopment. So to the question, these are not areas that are generally looked at for provision of surface parking.
However, there is a potential use for surface parking at terminus stations, i.e. these are stations where many people are going to be traveling from a large geographic area in order to come in, and it's unlikely that these people, particularly if they're coming from outside the city, York region, Durham region, or parts of Scarborough where there's limited bus service, that they will be taking the bus all the way there.
So through the chair, in limited circumstances, as an interim use in a terminus station, there can be arguments made for having interim surface parking in those locations, but even those sites are also identified as areas for mixed-use development, with ultimately the goal being to have higher density development around those stations.
From a congestion management perspective, is there benefit for people for driving to rapid transit stations, parking their vehicles, and then taking transit the way there? versus taking their vehicles from point A all the way to point B?
Through the chair, that can be an argument for having those kinds of facilities at a terminus station. Generally, though, it's looking at first mile, last mile kind of facilities like a pickup drop-off, a car share location, these types of things to facilitate first mile, last mile to the station.
First mile, last mile, great pivot to my next point. First mile, last mile, for a lot of people, that would require, for a lot of people, biking would be a viable option. However, in, I guess, this area in Shepherd and McCowan and perhaps at Steeles, there isn't a lot of safe, protected biking infrastructure, correct?
Through the chair, I'd say that's correct, yes.
Is there any plan as of now for the city to build that infrastructure so that people could take bikes to these stations and therefore not need to drive cars, at least during the summer or warmer months?
So through the chair, I'd have to check where those sit within the Transportation Services Capital Plan in terms of cycling upgrades to those stations.
Okay, thank you very much. And my final question, and this is mentioned in Councillor Chang's motion, is there any reason why the TTC does not have public washrooms at every station? Just from an accessibility, convenience, comfort point of view.
Through the chair, TTC installs washrooms generally at terminus or high volume interchange stations. Additional washrooms at other stations would require operational subsidy due to the effort of maintenance at those locations if we wanted to improve amenities.
Do you think customers would appreciate having the option for a washroom at a TTC station? Similar to, I understand, GO train stations, most of them have washrooms, or a lot of them do have washrooms, not just the terminus station.
Through the chair, I'm sure customers would appreciate clean washrooms in their stations, yes.
Clean washrooms, yes. So is there any reason why we couldn't build washrooms at maybe some of the lower volume stations, but giving customers the option that if they have to use the washroom, they can get off at a certain station and not having to wait to either Yonge and Bloor or a terminus station?
Through the chair, again, that would require additional operational subsidy and funding to the TTC to support the capital and the operating associated with adding washrooms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I guess my questions are largely for the planner. 1B, including pickup and drop-off commuter parking lots at all new stations outside of the downtown. Is that not antithetical to the Planning Act that's already removed parking requirements around transit stations?
So through the chair, the Planning Act prohibits the city from requiring minimum parking as part of new development around these major transit station areas. So in a condo development or a commercial development, we wouldn't be able to have a minimum parking requirement. The official plan in speaking to commuter parking and surface parking, as I noted in the earlier question, the official plan seeks to limit that, and where those already exist, identifies those as opportunities for redevelopment.
So why would so for instance, if we're intensifying around Yonge and Steeles, where there will one day be a subway station, or let me pick my own ward, Shepherd and Victoria Park, there will one day be a subway station there. Why would I deny parking to any intensification residents parked at that, built at that subway station, but provide parking for people from Durham to drive into town and park underneath the residence that I've done? Is that not an equity issue, let alone a planning issue?
So through the chair, I'd agree there's an inconsistency there in providing for commuter parking, but not having the ability to accommodate resident parking, and I think that is one of the reasons why the official plan discourages that.
And so as a planning principle, is there still the planning principle in planning parlance, in within the planning community? There's an old adage, well used in Europe, people should take transit to transit. Is that still a thing?
Through the chair, yes, that is still a thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to go back to 1A, the platform edge doors, have we done a jurisdictional scan around the world to see the costs of stations that have been built in the last, let's say, 10 years, to see what they would have cost us?
Through the chair, I think the question is around cost of platform edge doors. Yes, we have benchmarked our estimates jurisdictionally around the world, most notably with MTA's feasibility work and also the RETP in Paris.
And they all came at around $50 million?
They came out, the benchmarks, when we can compare, we are in the ballpark of what those costs were in Paris. MTA has chosen not to proceed with platform edge doors due to funding constraints.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a reference in the motion before us to implementing some of these ideas on the North Yonge and, of course, Scarborough subway systems. My understanding is all the design work is done for that, and that going back and reversing that could inflict a penalty on the city, similar to what we paid when we went from LRT to subway when we were originally talking in this chamber. Is there any merit to that?
Speaker, Metrolinx has been clear that they are not going to be installing platform screen edge doors on either the Yonge North extension nor the Scarborough subway extension.
And some of these other design concepts, I assume that if we started requesting those as well, there would be penalties, or they would simply just refuse.
Speaker, at a minimum, there would be significant cost implications, but more than likely they will refuse to do the work.
Now, one thing I noticed that's alluded to but not really referenced here is air rights above subway stations, and I must admit that is a confusing element of what we do in the city, where we really design subway stations with no opportunity to build above them. If you look at the sort of the Spadina University line, or if you look at the LRT lines, where does that fit in with what's before us? Because we tend not to create a situation in which there's air rights.
Through the Speaker, the Provincial Transit-Oriented Communities Program is starting to address that. You're right, in the past we have not built above stations, but we're starting to see that more and more with IO as they're going in and proposing development above and adjacent to new subway stations that Metrolinx is building.
Okay. So when it comes to major transit station areas and protected major transit station areas, I don't see elements of this motion fitting into those fixed policies. Do you see a contradiction between what's before us and fixed provincial policy on those catchment areas?
So through the chair, there can be an inconsistency there in the densities and targets that are meant to be achieved. In most of our subway station areas, we are achieving those minimum densities and exceeding them. But with the principle of having these areas as designed as mixed-use, higher density development areas, then yes, I would say having surface parking lots and commuter parking lots would be inconsistent with that as a vision for those station areas.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the quote, people should take transit to transit, and I'm wondering what is our solution for people who live beyond the 10 to 15 minute walk to a subway station as our network grows out into areas where there are a lot of people who do not necessarily live that close to a subway, a bus route that would take them quickly and easily to a subway station.
So through the chair, while that situation may not exist for all stations today, in terms of the planning of those station areas, the best practice is to prioritize access by walking, by cycling, or by other modes of transit in order to get to each of the station areas. So that is part of the longer term planning and visioning for how access will be planned for at those stations.
So is it realistic that, let's say, someone has to walk 25 minutes to get to the subway station, and if they take a bus, they would have to go a really long route, and that might take 40 minutes, that all of these residents will be able to bike or jog to the subway station? What is the solution for people who are outside the walk shed who don't have easy access to transit?
So through the chair, in those situations, I would suggest that the best practice still is to access it by local transit. To try to accommodate that level of service through providing individual parking spaces would be a challenge in those station areas.
So in my neighborhood, I have Shepherd Station, where there is extensive illegal stopping in order for people to be dropped off because there isn't a passenger pickup and drop off area. And so I'm wondering, how do we prevent that from happening? We don't have enough enforcement to stop people from doing it at all hours. And it clearly would benefit that station if there was a easy and safe pickup and drop off because of the density that is outside the walk shed that still wants to use that station.
So through the chair, I would think of pickup drop-off as being part of that sort of first mile, last mile connection, similarly to having facilities if you're arriving by cycling or if you're arriving by local transit. I would look at that differently as a commuter parking lot.
So pickup and drop off is a need that you acknowledge should be required or would be beneficial, especially in subway stations that are being built in areas that are not well served by transit.
So through the chair, for certain stations, yes, I think looking at pickup drop-off can be one of the means of facilitating access.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also wondering, when I spoke with Metrolink staff about why washrooms were not being included in the future stations of the Yonge North Subway extension, their answer was because the city never asked. Is it true? Have we never asked for bathrooms in new subway stations?
Through the speaker, Metrolinx is well aware of the standards that the city has. They've consulted with the TTC. They know what the TTC standards are, and that's what they've used to design their subway systems.
So does that mean we haven't asked for bathrooms at every station in new subways? No, new stations?
Speaker, no, we've never specifically asked for bathrooms at each subway station. What we asked them to do is to consult the city standards, and they've consulted their own standards, and their standards are similar to the TTC's, that at interchange stations and at terminus stations, that's where the bathrooms would be located.
So if we had a new standard that required more bathrooms, because bathrooms across our city is a problem, and we've had an increase in people defecating on our public spaces, including transit. If we had that as a new standard, would that mean that Metrolinx would include it?
To the speaker, no, they would not at this point in time.
And last year, some of you may know, a group of us were visiting Taiwan, and we asked about the cost of retrofitting existing stations for platform edge doors, and they quoted a cost of approximately $2 million per station. So do we understand, can someone help me understand why there'd be such a huge disparity in cost? Ours is $45 to $55 million per station, whereas in Taiwan, they were able to build something at $2 million.
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, we've done extensive discussions with other jurisdictions. I do think that we are not comparing apples to apples in this scenario. $2 million may be the cost of supplying the materials associated with the doors, but installing, retrofitting, adjusting the signaling system required to support the integration of the platform edge doors would certainly not be $2 million, and we do believe that the estimate for Toronto stands at 45 to 55 million per station.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The platform edge doors, do we know how much time is lost system by delays due to people throwing things on the tracks or people going onto the tracks?
Through the speaker, I do actually have updated information from what Chair Myers asked me earlier. So between 2017 and 2022, we had 144 hours of operational delay on our system due to track intrusions.
And in comparison to other jurisdictions, do you feel that it's beneficial in the long term to have these doors in place?
Through the chair, through the speaker, the TTC did a study that was reported to our board previously, which did identify a positive business case associated with platform edge doors when considering socioeconomic benefits as well beyond TTC operational benefits.
Okay, so you would recommend that platform doors be included in any new stations that Metrolinx creates. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, platform edge doors are certainly beneficial. They come at a cost, and I can't speak for Metrolinx's provision of capital, but for the TTC, we have identified platform edge doors as a requirement, but behind fully funding our state of good repair.
Okay, thank you. My second subject matter is around gig workers. So we know that many gig workers come into the city to work every day, a lot from Brampton and Mississauga. And Metrolinx through Go Transit have actually created cars for them to be installed safely or to commute. And we know that there's many gig workers coming from Scarborough as well. So with these new stations that are being referenced here, are there any provisions to perhaps follow the Metrolinx or the Go Transit initiative? Make sure that people could actually commute safely with their e-scooters or bikes.
Through the chair, e-bikes are permitted on the TTC during the summer months from April, I believe, to October. They are not permitted over the winter months due to fire safety concerns.
I understand that, but again, I think because there is an appetite that there's more e-bikes on the system where passengers are at, because when I'm on the TTC, I have to negotiate that as well. But rather just than focusing on it being allowed in the summer months, what about all year round, including winter months, and having designated cars like the Go Transit system? Again, we're looking at having transit in Scarborough and even in the York region, right? So why can't we just make adjustments then or recommend those?
Through the speaker, the decision to prohibit e-bikes through the winter months was was for safety reasons. So provisioning in a separate car would not address that concern, and we would have to look at a different way of solving the challenge that you're identifying for those gig workers.
Does Metrolinx have the same restrictions as TTC when it comes in the winter months, or just as a TTC policy?
Through the speaker, I am not aware of Metrolinx's provisions for e-bikes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Sir Prudes, you would like to introduce?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a school from my ward here today called Nile Academy. The kids are here. They're led by their teacher, Michael Kozowski, and the group is the Political Science Club at the Nile Academy, which is led by Delruba Baliki. An amazing school, an amazing group of kids. Welcome to the City of Toronto. Please, everybody, on your best behavior for them, okay?
Thank you. I think we need a quorum call. We don't have quorum. People are just walking out. Members, if you're here, please go to your seats and press your button. If you're absent, then just leave. Then you're absent. There's no button to say you're not here. No, yeah.
Madam Speaker, there are 23 members present in the meeting.
Okay. We'll go to the next questioner, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. If memory serves, the TTC has a standard for how we space bus stops. Can you remind me of how that works?
Through the chair, we do have a standard of spacing. It's generally with the goal of ensuring, currently our statistic is that 92% of our population is within 400 meters of a transit stop during peak periods.
Within 400 meters?
92%, 400 meters during peak.
And, I mean, I can't work out walking distances. Would there be much of the city that didn't have a stop within a kilometer?
Through the speaker, there would be not much of the city that would not have one within a kilometer.
Pretty much everywhere in the city has one within a kilometer. So it would be inaccurate to claim that it's impossible for people to get to TTC stations with a reasonable walking time anywhere in the city of Toronto.
Through the chair, the numbers I'm referencing are relative to transit stops, so that would also apply to bus stops.
Yes, bus stops,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is it, so a bus carrying a reasonable load would have, what, 50 passengers on it? Like a rush hour load? Something like that?
Through the chair, yes, that sounds about right.
About 50?
Standard bus.
So if there was service to a bus stop every half hour, or on a bus line every half hour, that's 100 people, yeah? And let's just say it was the full morning peak, that'd be 300 people? Yeah?
Through the chair, yes, sure.
How much area does 300 parking spaces consume?
Through the chair,
I think the chief planner should know that, like off the top of his head.
Through the chair, you're making me do math. A typical parking space at 3 meters by 15 square meters. Multiply that by the number you just gave, and it would be a very large area to accommodate that in surface parking.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. How many?
If you're looking at about 12 square meters, maybe for a
12 square meters times 300 is 3,600 square meters. So just what we would
accommodate. Drive lanes, access lanes, all of those sorts of things.
Yeah, that's a pretty big parking lot, isn't it?
Through the chair, I think that's why the earlier answer was that we prioritize access by walking, cycling, and local transit.
So in summary, I mean, just about everybody lives within walking distance of a bus stop, and the buses typically run at least once every half hour. We would need a massive parking lot just to, if we tried to replace those buses with parking at the station.
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to the speakers list. There's no more questions. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So I've had some really good discussions with my colleagues, many of them who have shared their perspectives on commuter parking, both for and against, and there are arguments on both sides. I understand where my colleagues are coming from in that we would like to take transit to transit. However, I will just say that's just not the reality of where the city is. You go to any GO station on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, and it is full because people are driving. If we get rid of those parking lots, it's not like all of a sudden those people are going to say, oh, now I'm going to take transit to these stations. They're going to park their cars on side streets or other ways, or worse, they're going to drive their car from end to end, which is just going to create more traffic. everybody wants to get to the goal of, taking transit to transit, but you have to be realistic in terms of where we are starting from. We are not starting from a place where everyone equally in the city has access to rapid transit. It's great that everyone's within 15 minutes of walking distance to a transit stop, which could be a bus stop, but a bus stop and a subway stop or even a streetcar or LRT stop are very different in terms of the frequency, in terms of just the comfort, in terms of the reliability, and even in terms of the safety of when you're using the system. So I understand where my colleagues are coming from, but I think we also just have to be realistic, and we have to work with Torontonians and get them to where we want them to be in terms of taking transit, rather than saying we are trying to build something and the only way you can access it is by using transit. That just doesn't make sense. I'll take Shepherd and McCowan, which is in my ward. People are saying, well, shouldn't you want housing there? Actually, no, we don't want a lot of housing there, because if you go to Shepherd and McCowan, you will notice that it is right beside an employment area. It is not just any employment area, it's right beside a concrete plant. So no, we don't want housing next to a concrete plant that operates 24 hours, and which is actually quite important to the local economy, as that concrete plant provides a lot of cement to things like the Scarborough subway, like Michael Garron Hospital, like to the highways. So I think we just need to be realistic about this. And I also will add, there's a lot of other things in the motion: platform edge doors, commuter parking, drop-off, and washrooms, which I think we all agree on. So I think overall this package is a good package. And also, to be clear, there's nothing directing staff to include this in the motion. It is simply examining the feasibility of this. So in places like Shepherd and McCowan, I don't think anyone will seriously argue that there is not a need for commuter parking, just looking at the space and looking at the potential clientele. In areas perhaps like Steeles, where there is a secondary plan and there is no parking that's currently there, then maybe that's a discussion that ship has already left the port. However, I think asking staff to simply examine the feasibility and looking at this at a station-by-station basis as we are building out the network is the best way possible, and also making sure that we are being realistic with Torontonians about how we want them to access transit, because as I say to people, TTC is agnostic whether you take transit for 1 kilometer or 15 kilometers, we get the same fare. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I'm very grateful for the debate because I think it exposes a really important subtlety that we need to talk about. Come on out to Etobicoke, come on out to Kipling Station, where you'll find the commuter parking lot absolutely filled. Maybe in the summer, at the height of August, there might be a couple of spaces for now until those fill out too, but come school season, it's full. And what it really proves is that these lots are popular. And just go talk to anyone that lives in the area or lives a little further, or my goodness, lives in Mississauga. They enjoy the lot, they rely on it. It's the difference between them taking public transit, maybe into the center of the city, or not taking public transit at all. But what this debate really uncovers, though, is the motivations, or maybe the philosophies are the better way to put it. It's not so much about customer service as it is about dictating the way that people move around the city. And I worry when people say, my goodness, it's this academic approach of you must take transit to get to transit, to have a transit continuous system. You know what? Maybe a hybrid system works for somebody. Maybe they rely on their car for part of the day and park it and then come downtown for, a meeting and go back, and that's about the only way that it's going to work. The point is, these lots are successful. If the lots were sitting empty and nobody used them, well, my goodness, there's a reason not to have them, but they are truly in high demand. So it's sort of absurd not to take the position of this, if this is what people want, why don't we give it to them? And they'll use public transit. So, the debate just uncovers those subtleties about the attitude towards how we should control or not control the way people move around. The second half of the debate, and I think this is important, is platform edge doors. And depending on how the motions come forward and amendments are made to the recommendations, I'm not going to support an approach to platform edge doors. My goodness, it's not because I'm not sensitive to people that have lost their lives at the edge of the tracks. That's a reality. The reality is this is a complicated set of mechanisms that are built onto platforms, something that needs to be maintained, something that can break and cause delays. And there's an enormous capital cost on that. If we think of all the things that TTC needs to spend money on really badly, I can't in good conscience put this to the top. It's more of an aspirational thing that it would be great to have them. But they come with tremendous costs, not only to build them the first time around, but to make sure that they're working throughout the day so that they themselves don't cause delays when they come into disrepair. So please think carefully about how you position platform's edge doors in terms of priority about what we have to spend both our limited and precious capital dollars on. And if there's another way to spend $50 million, does that buy a small fleet of buses to make people's lives better? Does it buy some further kilometers of track somewhere? Does it buy some extra subway cars that make a larger difference to people? So I just want to leave those points, but again, I'm grateful for the debate. I think some of the key messages, though, are within the subtleties of the conversations that are happening on the floor here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. We spend so much time in this chamber upset about traffic congestion. Meeting after meeting after meeting. Why aren't you doing more about traffic congestion? We appoint czars. We appoint deputy city managers. We fuss and constrain. We have infrastructure coordinating projects. We add new fees on the lane occupancy around construction sites and new developments, all because we're fussed about traffic congestion. A very simple thing, any transportation planner will tell you, if you have too many cars on the road, get rid of the traffic attractors. You know what parking lots are? They are traffic attractors. If you say to people, you can get in your car and get to a place where you can park it, more people will drive, meaning more congestion. Similarly, we spend, I forget how much money, but it's a lot, every year providing operating subsidy to the TTC because we want to make sure that people can ride transit. Simple reason, we can't build new roads and more people are moving here. So we make all of these public investments and public decisions to try to make sure that people have other ways of getting around and that the city can continue to grow with the limited road space we have. And yet, despite that, and despite the fact that everyone in Toronto lives within a reasonable walking distance of a transit station, and yes, a bus stop is a transit station, and despite the fact that anyone who has ever spent 5 minutes thinking about transit knows that it's not one subway line from here to there, but a network of services. Transit only succeeds as a network of services. If you can imagine a parallel, imagine a road network that was only a highway, had no collectors, had no residential streets. Nobody would drive. So to suggest that there's something wrong with taking a bus to go to a subway station is to fundamentally misunderstand how transportation systems work, to misunderstand how the TTC works, to misunderstand Toronto of the present, and misunderstand Toronto of the future. On top of that, transit is vastly more efficient in using limited space. You've probably all seen those pictures of one bus parked in a block compared to the whole block being 4 lanes full of cars. And the one bus has the same number of people as that full block of cars. If Toronto is going to function, we have to make our choice and stop building traffic attractors, stop surrounding transit stations with parking lots, Stop betting against Toronto's future. Councillor Chang has amended her motion so that it now includes all the other options. But boy, I'm not happy that it still includes the ridiculous and worst possible land use, which is a surface parking lot in an urban city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be supporting most of this. I would ask for a separate vote on item B, because that is something that I think I can support. But I just wanted to say, who's someone who had a parking lot of 800 spots, that commuter parking lots are a key component of our transportation network. When people want to eliminate parking lots, commuter parking lots, they're forgetting about the seniors. They're forgetting about the disabled. They're forgetting about the night shift workers. And of course, they're forgetting that parking lots, when priced accordingly, can be a major source of revenue for the city. Now, I used to have a parking lot at Wilson Subway Station. It had 800 spots that were all full just before the pandemic. And we were undercharging. We were only charging $5. And I think when it came to price sensitivity, we could have gone up to $10. So it would have been $8,000 a day of revenue from that parking lot, which is now closed. When it comes to surface transit to subway stations, with all due respect, many of our buses are stuck in traffic. Many of our routes, the times vary. And many people do not want to stand in freezing temperatures and pouring rain waiting for a bus. And if they have a vehicle that they can drive to a commuter parking lot, they should be given that right and that opportunity to do so. It's important to remember that many of the people who lost these commuter parking spots are now lost. Those are now TTC lost clients. They're just driving straight downtown. So you take away commuter parking lot where people are willing to leave their car all day long, and they don't then hop on a bus to get to the commuter parking lot. They then drive all the way downtown with their vehicle. When it comes to the design suggestions in this motion, as we heard in the questions, the design work for the North Yonge subway line and the Scarborough subway line is done. Metrolinx are not going to be introducing changes at this late stage. I want to remind my colleagues, when this council or previous council moved from an LRT to a subway for Scarborough, which I think was the right decision, because it only made through connectivity. Yes, big fan of Scarborough and their subway. Metrolinx charged us an $85 million penalty for switching over from LRT to subway because of the design work done. This motion, if Metrolinx ever agrees to it, which they never will cost us hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties. So I would say that generally speaking, Madam Speaker, I would like a separate vote on B, because I do support preserving commuter parking lots, and I will support that. But the rest of it, it's aspirational. It's nice to have. I think the real question here is air rights. And why are we building subway stations and LRT stations where you cannot build density above them, whether it's commercial or residential? That is the question of the day, and that's what needs solutions, not this.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm moving a motion that can be put on the board if you want to refer this matter to the Transit Expansion Office for some policy development, and then it can come back to us after their consideration. We're now getting pretty much into developing policy area on the basis of a member motion. And I've been around here long enough to know that's never our best look. We may have had a genuine idea, and I think what we've done now is made clear to staff that these are some of our concerns, but I think we need to allow them to incorporate some of their professional expertise into the mix here, and I do not think we will regret it. I've certainly been there. Yes, some of us have raised concerns about parking. My preference is always the end of the line and only the end of the line. I'm going to be very happy one day when the end of the line is no longer Don Mills on Shepherd. I can tell you that. I would love to have that real estate back. But here's the thing. Transit, we have a long history in Toronto of basically, why can't we have nice things? And it's because of these moments when we try to write the policy all by ourselves. And sitting over there are the best in the business. Pretty much the best in the country right now. And to actually adopt something that really doesn't incorporate their wisdom and expertise seems to me like a senseless waste of our public service resources. And so I'm referring it to them for their consideration, and I dare say we'll get something vastly improved when it comes back to us. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Okay, so do we have any speakers on the questions of the mover? Councillor Pasternak? Okay, just a sec. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I'm worried about with the referral motion is staff will work on this motion that you're referring, which is from nowhere to nowhere. Are you expecting staff to put in all the time and effort to work on it and then report back?
I have a great deal of, sorry, my microphone's not on. I have a great deal of faith in our public service. When we sit in this council chamber and discuss something, as we have this twice now, because I'm assuming you all were talking about it last month as well, before it even was on the floor. And again today, we had a long question and answer and then consideration. So they now know that we're live to this issue and that we're all thinking about it, wherever we represent on the city's map. And I know that when we refer something to them for their consideration, they know that that's exactly the assignment, to add their consideration and expertise and come back to us with that.
So are you expecting them to do the analysis requested in this motion, or really to write back and tell us why it's either realistic or unrealistic?
Councillor, I have got to where I've got in my community, in this city, in this chamber, by having the utmost faith in public servants, especially the ones who do really good jobs. And in referring this to the Transit Expansion Office, I'm talking about people who generally do a really good job.
Well, I just want to assure you, I'm not questioning their ability. I just was worried about them spending an enormous amount of time and energy on something that this council is unlikely to adopt.
Well, I'll tell you this. You said, am I expecting? Public service that's sitting over there, I keep pointing to them, have always lived up to my expectations.
Well, okay. I mean, I'll leave it at that. I'm hoping they won't put in hundreds of hours of work on this.
Councillor Pass, I believe.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Okay. Here. Councillor Myers, just on the referral,
I'm a bit confused, picking up where Councillor Pasternak left off, because by Councillor Carroll's questioning and remarks, she seems to be implying that staff were not consulted about this motion.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was a question. I
Yes.
thought Councillor Myers was the next to speak. Sorry, would you just...
No, we're done. Questions to the mover.
So, Councillor Chang did speak with staff extensively about this motion. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So I guess what are you hoping to achieve from the referral?
Well, you know, when we move a motion and then we go to staff, it's true, once we've decided to move a motion, their job is to do their best to facilitate us in our motion and try very hard. But we haven't given them the opportunity to sit down to the table and say, if we were being asked to craft design guidelines to interface with Metrolinx and come up with good design guidelines that are meaningful to Toronto stations that we may be jointly working on, what would we write? That's a different exercise. Both of those are exercises that public servants are called upon to do. I would prefer the latter get done. Currently, we don't have that. Helping us write our ideas is one thing they do. Injecting their ideas is another thing they do, and that's the piece that for me is missing.
So I also note that your referral does not have a report back, and these stations are being designed in real time. So are we not missing the boat if we refer this back to staff? They do a bunch of work, and that boat has already shipped in terms of actually getting the design work that you're asking for in the stations, which are currently being designed for right now.
Well, to me, that's the best part, because unlike myself, because I'm worrying about, getting my policy needs met here, unlike myself, because Mr. Toigo works so closely with Metrolinx, he is more live to those deadlines than I am. And I know that if he knows he's got to get information, he's already heard from us, but he's going to inject his own ideas. And if he goes to them and says, we've got some ideas, we'd like to report back to council, can you give us 5 minutes? That's the kind of working relationship he has worked years now to develop with Metrolinx. That's why I want his expertise to be injected into this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, on the referral.
Yeah, just through the chair to the mover, would you be opposed to adding a report back so that this is not just an indefinite wait for a report back sometime in 2027?
Sorry, I lost my microphone. The reason that I've left the date open is because of their knowledge of deadlines that I don't have. If it can wait till Q1 27, then I dare say they won't report back to us until then. But if they pick up the phone and Metrolinx says we're going to have to bring it back to the very next council, they will. I like to leave that up to them when we have a case where the public service knows the deadlines and knows them, in fact, a little better than us.
So you're not opposed to it coming back sooner than later?
I would prefer to leave it open because that doesn't leave the public service hamstrung in any way.
Okay, but in the motion, there is no request for any report back. So could there be an inclusion like with a report back at this time that you feel is best fits the research you've done?
I wouldn't see that as a friendly amendment because what I find is that the most beneficial conversation that happens in this transit planning is just staff to staff. Transit expansion to Metrolinx staff is where we seem to be getting our best work done in these joint projects or joint impact from projects. So I don't want to hamstring them in any way. I know we have a long history, if you go back through reports from the Transit Expansion Office, where they feel they're into a conversation with Metrolinx that, oh, that doesn't sound exactly like the conversations I've had with council. They come back. They come to us sometimes generating their own reports. I prefer to leave it open to them. If they consider these policy ideas, they find them to be the opposite of what direction Metrolinx is going in this, I dare say they'll be right back. If they go to Metrolinx and say, well, this thing's been referred to us, we've got to work on something here, and Metrolinx says, yeah, let's look at that before we go any further. Let's spend a few months. They will, and then they'll come back to us.
Okay.
Leaving it open leaves them the utmost in creativity.
Thank you. Okay, we're just on the referral here. Councillor Holiday.
I do. It's clarification. Councillor Carroll, in light of the procedure bylaw fixing 3 months as the report pack time window when a date isn't specified, and that lands us at the end of August, are you satisfied that this may mean it would never even come back till probably next year?
I am satisfied because that's the kind of political time frame that I am sure, because they're all grown-ups over there, would be a part of the conversation between transit expansion staff and Metrolink staff. If that's a reality of this, I am quite sure they would incorporate that into their work plans because they, at the end of the day, know that they serve it, in our case, the pleasure of council, and in their place, the pleasure of the provincial government. And so they'll work those pieces out.
Would you agree that quite possibly the outcome of the wording of a motion that says for consideration means that they consider it and do nothing, which effectively kills the item in front of us? Would you agree that that's a possible outcome?
It's a possible outcome if it turns out that we're actually kind of in lockstep with what's going on there. But having listened to our conversation now, if it turns out there's a very different conversation going on there at Metrolinx, these are responsible public servants that are going to come back. Through our procedural pathway, they're going to come back. Because what works best for them, if they're going to actually tender out a project and spend money on it, they're not going to want to do it behind our backs, completely the opposite of the discussion they heard here, without reporting back to us. That's the professional way in which public servants act, whether we notice it or not. That is how they work.
Okay.
And would you...
we're on the referral.
Uh-huh.
I understand.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, like...
So what utility does the referral provide above the recommendations that are before us that start out by saying to examine the feasibility of?
Well, that's just it. They're not recommendations. They are a member motion. We use the word recommendation in this council chamber to denote that the public service has already worked on something.
Councillor Lily Cheng,
These are not
seconded by Councillor
recommendations.
Myers, recommends that.
Yes, but in council parlance, we think of recommendations as things that come from staff. These are motions coming from councillors. I would like the professional expertise, as I have already explained 3 times.
So what difference is that from the
Huge difference. To me, a world of difference, Madam Speaker, through you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, let's just vote on the referral. On the referral. We're just voting on the referral, Councillor Prout.
I would like to speak to the referral.
On the referral? Okay,
I would like to speak.
You
on the
didn't put your
referral.
name on the list.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't know we were going to vote on it so soon.
What do you mean you didn't know we were going to vote
Like,
on
I
it?
didn't know, I thought it was going to be voted on with all the other motions. I didn't know we would be
What? No.
speaking.
But when there's a referral motion, we vote on the referral.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So I would like to speak on the referral.
that's
please.
procedure. That's
Yeah.
why, okay. So who wants to speak on, Councillor Prout, if you want to speak, please put your name. I understand, but Councillor Prout, okay, Councillor Cheng is on the list. Councillor Cheng, go ahead.
Thank you.
On the
I
referral.
would, yes, on the referral, I would like to remind my fellow councillors that the request is simply an analysis of feasibility, is trying to figure out what kind of standard we can work towards, rather than just asking transit expansion to consider something that doesn't have to come back to council. I think that we need to be future-minded, we need to be visionary. We look at global cities around the world with excellent transit, and then we also look at problems like not having bathrooms in every station. And we do have work that the city is doing, examining how we can increase accessibility
Councillor
to public
Cheng,
bathrooms.
Councillor Cheng, you need to speak on the referral.
The reason that we need to have a standard is because instead of trying to solve a problem later on, we can be preemptive and visionary at the same time. So I would like my fellow councillors to consider not supporting this referral, which could be just putting it into the abyss and not coming back to council, that we should try to work towards a feasibility study of what visionary means and how we get there. And I think that's something that council should work together towards instead of just casting it to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo on the referral.
Through you, Speaker, I'm going to be supporting this referral. I think that we create a situation here where we generate a series of expectations from the public
for work that is not going to happen because we don't have the capital dollars to make that happen, first of all. Secondly, nor do we have the power to compel Metrolinx to the table or to do anything. Because when we're talking about Metrolinx, we're talking about the Ministry of Transportation. Were it easy to bring Metrolinx to the table to discuss things that have to do with the public interest regarding transit, we would not have, at this time, a canceled station in my ward, for example, King Liberty. We have to be, I think, more prudent and realistic about what we mean by vision forward. This is really about land use decisions that are being made. It's about capital investments for transit. And I don't think that a member motion with respect to our movers is the way to do it. If we want to put into the public conversation how we get to a place where our transit system is world-class and global and competitive, we need to start by answering the question about how do we even fund that? How do we contemplate that when our transit system is not funded the way that global systems are? And we keep hearing about Taiwan or Vienna. Well, the funding regimes in those countries is completely different. I think that what we need to do right now is give staff the mandate to review this and to look at where there are elements that can be lifted up and take it to the conversation. Take it to the conversation with Metrolinx. But let's not for a moment pretend that this member motion could have in any way changed the conditions for transit riders anywhere. And lastly, I'll say, I take the bus and the streetcar every day. I stand in the rain, and so do hundreds of thousands of people in the city. So I don't think that we should say that there's a problem with taking a bus to a transit station.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind members it's 2 minutes for the referral.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Myers, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to first thank my colleagues. I think this has been a good discussion and a respectful debate, and it's nice to see the different perspectives. I will be rising to argue against referral. I just want to read what it says. City Council requests the TTC board to work with the city and Metrolinx to examine the feasibility of da-da-da-da-da. Do we really need a study of a study? This is what we're asking for. We're asking staff to do a study of a study before council can make a decision. We all agree that we want platform edge doors on the stations. Council has actually voted, yes, council has voted for that. Council has voted for that. We all agree that we want more public washrooms in our stations. Again, that is another thing that council has already voted on. So I don't think we need to ask for a study in order to make a decision. We all know where we want to go. If if staff have those conversations with Metrolinx and they say, hey, this is not feasible, well then that's the end of it. Why we have to ask staff to spend time on studying something to do another study, I think it just shows an inability to just make a decision and to just pick a vision of where we want transit to go in the city. TTC and Metrolinx will be, from here on out until the foreseeable future, will be jointly building rapid transit in the city for decades to come. Ontario Line, Scarborough Subway, the extension of the Eglinton Crosstown. So why don't we just start the work now that's already underway, rather than asking staff to do another study, to ask them to do another study in order for council to eventually make a decision. I just don't think that's a good productive use of time. And I think this motion that has worked with staff and incorporated all the feedback of staff over 2 months now, because this is originally supposed to come to the last city council, is fine. We can make a decision. Councillors, you are smart. We're not choosing transit lines. We're not saying subway versus LRT. We are simply saying, yes, we want washrooms in public in stations. We want parking and commuter parking.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, 2 minutes on the referral.
Seconds. There's my mic. Speaker, I categorize this as a hostile motion, and to the credit of Councillor Carroll, a very clever way to whisk this item off the floor. I think that we should have had this debate, that we're having this debate, because it actually unlocks some pretty divisive opinions here. And I think some of the opinions are downtown versus suburbs and how we view our transit system. And so I'm not going to support the referral because I would like to see these matters looked into further. I think there's merit in them, but make no mistake, that is one of the effects of the referral, is that we may never see this again in at least this form. And I understand what the councillor is doing, but I would just say simply, if you don't agree with the policy propositions or the ideas for further study, just vote no. And we'll move on with it. But I do think that there's a substantial component of this council that is attracted to these ideas and sees merit in them. And I even admitted in what I was saying, I wasn't happy with the platform edge doors part of it, but some of the other stuff I think are worth looking at. Thank you.
I'm going to stitch that on a pillow. Just vote no.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you want to speak on the referral? No? Okay. Councillor Perruzza, 2 minutes on the referral.
Yeah, you know what? I changed my mind. I am going to say a few words. And simply to say this. I understand what the councillor's trying to do. I get it. It's a statement. I'd like to see really tall ceilings in subway stations. Amazing. I'd like to see bathrooms in subway stations. How amazing is that? You got to go. It's like really amazing, right? I'd like to see double-edged doors, safety doors, on the platform. How amazing is that? We've been saying and asking for that forever. Like the price tag on that is like, I don't know, 20 billion or something. I threw out the system. I forget what the real number is. I'm just making one up now. But it's probably in that range. All great stuff. You have to say that. Well, you know what? Sometimes you can't build a station with a really, really tall ceiling. I remember under the Schulich School of Business in the last one, they had to go in with pickaxes to tunnel because the machines couldn't go there because it was so shallow, right? You didn't know that. Exactly that. So you know why I know it? Because I've been here for a while, for a day or two, and we built the first station that extended the subway to Downsview in 1990.
Okay, on the referral, Councillor Perruzza.
It's precisely on the referral. These are all amazing things, but and you know what? We added something very significant to this Spadina subway extension. About $25 million
okay, you have
per station,
5 seconds.
per station for artwork. But that came after, not now. So referring this, punting it is the way to go. And then later...
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you put your name back up? Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Wow.
Speaker Nunziata.
Well,
I just am always inspired by Councillor Perruzza when he gives one of those speeches. Thank you. Just brought me up here to speak in favor of the referral. And just because it might not be exactly on topic, but when I read today that the Young extension is going to be late and it looked like it's the TTC's fault, and when you get to page 2 or you get down the story, it's Metrolinx building that. Metrolinx is late. Metrolinx, and somehow it looks good. Oh, the TTC didn't know it. No. The TTC has been building subways, been building stations, been building everything for over 100 years. These guys are brand new. They used to run a bus line, and now they've got all of this work. So I don't like to just do policy here. The TTC board should be the one advancing
policy.
Pardon me?
I don't know who's...
Sorry, I was speaking to myself.
Councillor Cheng,
I'm
please...
getting chirped.
Councillor Cheng, please shut off your mic.
I'm getting the virtual chirp, the digital chirp that I prefer that, and I know the chair has moved that, but I actually prefer that board endorsement. Here's how we're thinking about the station. This is what we want you to do with Metrolinx. Not, I know from a fact that sometimes it's just hard to get Metrolinx to do what you'd like. And Mr. Toigo, I echo the remarks of Councillor Carroll. We know how hard that's been. It's a long road in that Ontario line. So let's just step back, do things in a way that I think is a little more planned, and in transit planning, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the referral. On favor? Recorded.
Recorded.
Okay.
The motion to refer the item carries. The vote is 15-9.
Let's go to our next item. Councillor Fletcher, the next item is yours, EX 31.3, Broadview Development Plan.
Sorry, I'm still working on a motion with Mr. Gupta and Mr. Clark. If I could just put that off, perhaps till tomorrow, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is yours too. EX 31.4, Waterfront.
Yes, I do have some questions, and I don't know where,
Okay, well, let's get the staff down here for
Waterfront
questions.
Secretariat and Mr. Gupta, CEO, great. I just want to go over a few things about the dock wall. Here he comes. Just a couple of things, then I'm happy to move this. But with everything going on, including the idea of the airport, expanding everything, I just want to establish a couple of things because the dock wall is fairly significant and runs all around the inner harbor, starting at the Eastern Gap, and then how far does it go western, please?
To the Speaker, there are 43 kilometers of dock walls across the waterfront.
But for the central waterfront, it's Eastern Gap to, I guess, Western Gap, really.
Yes, that's correct.
And when we bought the ferries the first time, I just want to establish that when I want to just say the purchase that we had to fix, that one of the things that was part of the whole fix was the dock wall itself, because in order to berth the ferries, the dock wall needed to be widened, and the dock wall wasn't strong enough yet to take the new ferries without significant improvement. And that was TPLC that was charged with that.
That is correct.
And there's a whole number of things that are going on in the waterfront. One of the things was a bridge, or we have our water taxis, our ferries, our new shuttle, that the protection and the maintenance of the dock wall is a fairly significant issue for, I'll say, the central waterfront in particular.
That is correct.
And to add any new use or any new thing, we need to be careful of our dock wall.
That is correct. Yeah, the status of the dock wall needs to be assessed as it's in not a great state of repair.
So I'm assuming that given the idea that we're going to add, I forget how many meters, almost a kilometer, perhaps into the lake with a airport, that construction would be close to our dock wall. And I'm assuming that you're going to be assessing the condition of that dock wall based on any major waterfront project. Am I right to assume that?
Yes, through the Speaker, that's absolutely correct.
And that would be TPLC that you, I think that's how we own the dock wall, is through TPLC. Is that correct, Mr. Gupta?
Through the Speaker, the dock walls are owned by a number of entities, the city, TPLC, Toronto Port Authority, and there's some private dock walls as well.
So it's helpful to know who owns what, but I think of that central waterfront and the shipping channel, the turning basin channel, the shipping channel, we own a fair amount of that.
Yes, through the Speaker, that's correct. We do, and there are some small portions that are owned by the Toronto Port Authority as well.
And probably in the central waterfront, Inner Harbor, who owns the majority of those dock walls?
In the Central Harbor, I can tell you that Toronto Port Authority owns 21% of the dock walls, with the balance being owned privately by the city and by TPLC.
So it's a mixture of ownership, and I would assume that if one part of the dock wall starts to give way, the whole dock wall might give way. How difficult was it to bring up the maintenance of the dock wall for the new ferry berths? It was a delicate matter, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's a very delicate matter. It's, I think the state of the dock wall was actually in a further state of disrepair than we assumed it was. And so it was an additional cost that we had not actually anticipated in the project. And we assume that the state of the dock wall across the Portlands and into the central waterfront is probably in a similar state of repair or disrepair, unless it's been repaired recently.
So we're not sure about the state of good repair of the dock wall. It's probably not in a great state of good repair. And any project that may impact the dock wall, we don't ever think about the dock wall first. We think about the great project first. Would you agree with that? Can't really do anything without making sure we don't disturb the shipping.
Yeah, that's been our experience, that the dock wall has not been invested in considerably over the last number of years.
And Red Path Sugar, they use the dock wall. For shipping in our inner harbor and getting in through the Eastern Gap, we're still take a fair amount of cargo through shipping. And the status of the dock wall and ensuring that we can maintain our shipping ability is something that I'm sure we're quite worried about and flagging when necessary.
Yes, so the purpose of the study is to assess the condition of the dock walls around shipping, basically holding up the front of the city, enabling parks and public realm and housing.
So I don't have to move a motion that when you're looking at that dock wall, you're going to look at the impact of apparently any plan to expand the island airport into the inner harbor and an impact on the shipping and the dock wall status of ensuring. Will you be doing that, or do I have to move a motion for that?
The primary purpose of the work that's in front of you here is the in-depth condition assessment and the review of ownership of all the dock walls, which is quite involved. However, we need to have that information to enable us to engage in the discussions required around issues like the airport expansion or other parts of changes on the waterfront.
So just to be clear, that's a critical study in order to be able to have as an input as to whether or not it's feasible to undertake that much work in the inner harbor without having a significant impact on the current dock wall and its ability to hold in the city and accommodate the shipping necessary for the economy.
That was your last question.
Through the Speaker, I think that is a fair way of phrasing it.
Okay. Do we have any further questions on this item, or does everybody know what item we're at? Huh? Because I don't have quorum in the council chambers. Okay. Like, do we know what we're doing here? Okay, but we need quorum. Can I, members of council, please take your seats? And I guess we don't have any more questions. So we'll go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher, you would like to speak? Okay, just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
Very quickly, thank you, Speaker. And my last question to Waterfront Secretariat really encapsulated what I want to say. That sometimes we dream up projects without looking at, are they possible? One of the things with the island airport is, can we get all the traffic from 2 million to 10 million people? Is it possible to move all those people from Billy Bishop Airport into the main part of the city using the lakeshore and using Bathurst? And we don't have that complete study yet, but that is a really critical matter. You can't invite 8 million new people and not have them move in to the city in an easy way. That would not serve the purpose of using the airport to bring people to the city, because they'll be very frustrated, stuck in traffic. As far as the dock wall is concerned, and I do have a certain passion for the dock wall, I know about the dock wall, I've studied the dock wall, and I was really taken by our ferry project, where that dock wall hadn't been looked at prior to assuming we can buy electric ferries. They're bigger than regular ferries, and the dock wall needed to accommodate those, which means it needed to be expanded. And then there's a whole dock wall project that TPLC had to undertake in order to accommodate the ferries. There was no study done before. There were no questions asked before. There is not a word in any reports about the dock wall and its ability to accommodate the new ferries until we had a review of that project and brought our ferry team on board with Deputy City Manager Basil and Jollymore, and then said, wow, we have a dock wall we have to think about, because as been pointed out, if part of it crumbles, the rest is going to start crumbling into the inner harbor. So just on any big project, and believe me, the ferries isn't a 900-meter intrusion into the harbor. The ferries are a small widening of the berth for 2 electric ferries and their charging stations. So when I'm thinking about the impact on the dock wall overall of a project that hasn't really been thoroughly analyzed with its impact, that would be the airport expansion. I want to flag the importance of the report that's here in front of us and the importance of understanding, will that in any way, the construction, the vibration, the hauling, everything to do with that, will that in any way have a negative impact on the dock wall? The dock wall is actually part of Toronto's economy. We are still bringing a lot of things in, thank you, Councillor Carroll, by ship. In fact, we'd like to bring more in by ship because we have a congestion problem in the city of Toronto. So cement comes in and out by ship, salt comes in and out by ship, many things come in and out. Cement, I said cement, we've got the whole end of the shipping channel. And then we have a large, now growing tourism of Great Lakes travel. We have boats coming in, we have party, but we have a lot that goes on as part of our economy for our inner harbor, for the shipping channel, and of course, the dock wall. So I'm very pleased to hear that that will be an important element, and I may have to bring that up earlier and include that information as part of the review of how feasible is it to expand the airport in the way that it's wished to be expanded. I will say to the Toronto Port Authority, who owns part of the dock wall with us, who's concerned about the dock wall, you can't have two things. You can't have a dock wall for shipping and the economy if it's being harmed or impeded in any way by a different project that actually wasn't your project. It's a provincial project. So everything is connected on the waterfront. The dock wall, the water, the land, the species, everything. And so thank you very much. I look forward to you expediting those parts of this study that will impact the feasibility of expansion of the airport.
Thank you. On the item, we don't have anybody in the council chambers. Okay, can members please take their seats so we can vote? Let's have a recorded vote. Councillor Chernis Lynn, please. We need you at your seat so you can vote. Councillor Chernis Lynn, please. Recorded vote. I guess that's the only way I can get councillors to take their seats, is ring the bells. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, are you able to vote in the system? The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, so if everyone just could sit there, like, don't move, please, don't move. We need to introduce a couple of, if we can, if you're ready, are you ready? No, they're not ready yet, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, so our next item is Councillor Bravo, it's your item, EC 28.1. Oh. Okay, I don't have it on mine, okay. No. Okay, so Councillor Civic Appointments Committee, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it was the three items that, that I seized council with, and so I'm just asking that we move the Civic Appointments Committee recommendations on 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So Councillor Carroll is releasing the Civic Appointments agenda, which is 1, 2, 3. On favor? Should we do it as a package or one at a time? One at a time. On 1, on favor, carried. On 2, on favor, carried. 3, on favor, carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bravo, you're next. EC 28.1 sidewalk to skylines. Do we have questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list. And Councillor Fletcher, can you? Okay. Do we have questions? If we can bring staff down. Okay, so do we have questions on this item? No. Oh, but maybe other people have questions. EC 28.1, sidewalks to skylines. Councillor Cheng has a question. Okay. Councillor Cheng, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering, how does this 10-year action plan intersect with the 10-year circular economy plan?
To the chair, the 10-year economic development plan contemplates Toronto's economy becoming efficient across multiple fronts, including embracing the recommendations of the circular economy report. Toronto also has an important set of startups in the space and the potential to develop greater export of services and products from Toronto to other areas in this industry.
So does this mean that there'll be further opportunities for investment or incubating companies that have innovative ideas that foster circular economy models?
To the chair, absolutely. Toronto has a series of supports for startup firms and firms of all types that would include those working in the circular economy. And as noted, it is a potential sector of growth locally and internationally. And we're happy to actually work with a number of circular economy firms right now.
It's interesting to note that while we invest in growing the economy of Toronto, which is very important for our citizens, yet when our economy grows, does the city's operational budget or income benefit when our economy grows?
To the chair, and I may draw in my colleague, the chief financial officer, but as the economy grows, the city's ability to financially benefit is related directly to the type of revenue tools that are available to us by provincial legislation. As a result, the absence of growth-related tools, it is principally the performance of the real property market in terms of transactions and value that have a significant influence on the tax base, one of our primary sources of revenue. And we have a few other small growth-related revenue tools, such as the municipal accommodations tax. And I'll just check with my colleague to see if he'd like to weigh in further.
To the Speaker, I'm not sure I have anything further to add. It's accurate to note that the majority of our revenues are static in nature, don't benefit from economic growth.
So here we have a 10-year action plan where we're putting significant thought and investment towards fostering growth, which is important to the people we serve. And yet, we don't have tools to extract benefit from this investment. Is that correct?
To the chair, that is generally correct. And the city, in communication with other orders of government, is pressing the case that we do need not just additional elements of a new deal, but growth-related revenue tools. And there have been examples such as the distribution of costs and benefits associated with the World Cup, for example, that really illustrate the dilemma.
We have been seeing several of our restaurants closing on Yonge Street recently in North York. And I'm just wondering, is there monitoring of the current economic climate in this action plan and being responsive to the stresses that are happening to respond to the challenges faced by a lot of our small bricks and mortar business owners?
To the chair, absolutely. One of the fundamental efforts of this plan was to improve data collection, analysis, and distribution, and the city has been proud to improve its economic dashboard. That includes performance of small business, including being able to look at trends into the hospitality sector. We know, for example, in our work with the industry, that currently about 53% of restaurants in the city are operating at a loss, and we continue to use that data to inform where and how we intervene.
And my last question is, that's a very stark statistic. Is that data being shared with our provincial and federal government that they might have interventions as well?
To the chair, absolutely. The main hospitality industry advocacy organizations, such as the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel, Motel Association, ORMA, and Restaurants Canada, provide, for example, pre-budget submissions that outline the stresses on their industries and provide specific policy prescriptions to address them.
Thank you. That was your last question. Are there any further questions? Do we have any speakers? Hold on, Councillor Cole. Any speakers? No. Okay, well. Oh, Councillor Cheng, you want to speak? Well, Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do you want to speak first? Councillor Bravo?
I'll speak last.
Oh, okay. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Yes, thank you. Through the Speaker, I appreciate and I hope our city appreciates the thoughtful investment that the city is making in strengthening our economic development. And I just wanted to speak to motions that were moved at ECDC on behalf of me by Councillor Carroll, which is towards digital sovereignty for our city and for our country. So you can see in motions 3 to 5, these are things that we're requesting of the federal government at GGC, we see huge contracts that the city is entering into. In particular, in this council, we're entering into a contract with Amazon AWS, a multi-million-dollar contract. And we have a lot of these types of contracts with large multinational organizations, which I feel are an exposure for our city. And when we look at other countries and cities that are moving in the direction of digital sovereignty, like France, that is moving off some of their American platforms that they've previously used as an administration. We see in Korea, they have their own version of Google, their own version of Google Maps. You can't even navigate the city of Seoul with Google Maps. You have to use their native tools. And so we are very much dependent on our neighbors to the south, and when it comes to large digital platforms. And so while this is, a national issue, I think, and the exposure that we have as a city, we make huge investments on these types of softwares, and so we can play a role in what we seed through our economic development, as well as advocating to the federal government that we should be working towards the development and scaling of Canadian software solutions. And so I hope that this motion creates a ripple that moves our city and our country in the right direction so that we can have our own homegrown digital platforms and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
I'll just take a moment to, first of all, thank staff for this update, a significant milestone in developing an action plan for Toronto's economy.
Okay, come on. Councillor Peruzza.
Real close.
Quiet.
I'll start again.
Councillor Bravo's trying to speak. Can you move along and not have your... Come on.
Move along. I just want to start by thanking staff for this incredible piece of work. It's an update on what is now a year and a half into an action plan to confront the economic challenges and opportunities that are before the City of Toronto. There was a lot of foresight and vision in preparing for circumstances which are beyond our control, including the very unsettled relationship with our neighbor to the south. And I want to thank, in addition, Councillor Chang for her motions on considering data use and as an important economic driver, and to ensure that as we consider other forms of sovereignty, we're also considering data sovereignty. There's a lot more work to do, and there was a lot more discussion at committee in relation to that. Governance of digital, use of artificial intelligence, predatory pricing, algorithmic pricing, and those, I think, are things that we need to do a lot more work on. But for today, I think we need to celebrate that we have a plan. We have tested the plan in many ways in its first year and a half. I was also very privileged to be able to work on the Inclusive Economic Development Framework with city staff and with about 30 organizations and civil society, and that's embedded now. So the plan isn't just about people making money at the top, but people who are workers on the ground and in communities being able to get a cut of the labor they generate, and to recognize that we all have a stake in the economy. That is all. And finally, to say that our champion, who is Councillor Carroll, is dealing with something else, so we should also thank her.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, the next item is yours. It's item EC 28.3, Riverside District Business Improvement Area Expansion Poll Results. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, questions to staff. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And this is just on this particular one, which I know that you've gone to the BIA and worked with them to say, can we just pull some of these areas back? And I'm wondering if from this first blush, when there might be, I'll just call them controversial zoning areas or other projects that are in the area, such as a transportation project, how in the future would you build that into your thinking about whether or not you could expand automatically or give the right to the BIA to have a vote about that area?
To the chair, the report points out that we're going to be improving the process by which EDC systematically consults with other divisions to ensure that any BIA boundary expansion represents a balance of the interests of the BIA, the businesses it serves, but also the city's objectives. In this most recent case, I think the expansion might have challenged some city goals, such as Vision Zero and traffic calming measures that were being put in place just north of that boundary.
I'm just wondering if the chief planner has left the building or not, because, or anybody from zoning, just because if you have maybe I see we do have an able representative coming to join you, but just about areas that are employment areas, areas that would be coming perhaps with a conversion, if that would be your best advice, because once you have a conversion application and a building owner in a BIA, it's very hard for the BIA to say, we are supporting employment zoning in the City of Toronto.
To the chair, I'll start and I'll turn to my colleague. As BIA boards are composed of representatives, either business operators or property owners, they can sometimes, in the latter category, have interests that don't necessarily align with the cities. And BIAs, by virtue of their requirements under Chapter 19, cannot take a position contrary to the city's interest. So we have seen at points a friction arise within BIA boards and between BIA boards and the city around development applications, where the BIA perhaps might look to take a position contrary to the city's established position.
And I guess that's one thing for just a height, but it's another thing for some of these pockets that have old industrial zoning. And I believe, it might be wrong, but we are trying to preserve our employment and industrial zoning as much as we can for jobs in different areas. They're not retail jobs, they're different types of jobs in pockets of the city, particularly in my ward and old parts of Toronto.
To the chair, you're correct. And the city needs to preserve its employment lands, but also these commercial industrial zoning.
It's not commercial industrial zoning, it's industrial zoning.
And we seek to avoid any confusion to the city's position where BIA may take a contrary position.
And then get caught in a little trap that they've gone out to do something when really the city planning might say we would rather if we didn't have that problem and then pressure on the industrial side.
That is correct.
Thank you. Just as far as boundaries are concerned, do you have other BIAs that have park half in one and half in the other? I thought BIA boundaries went by roads because generally BIAs are part of the right-of-way. We have a relationship with BIAs about the right-of-way, their use of the right-of-way, how they want to improve it because it's in front of their stores. So I'm a little perplexed as to how a BIA boundary would not be, the boundary would not be a road or the right-of-way.
To the chair, BIA boundaries are generally defined by commercial high streets in distinct neighborhoods in the city. They can travel the BIA boundary contiguously onto side streets and have in modest measure done so over time among our 86 BIAs. There have been instances where BIAs do encompass a park and will animate that park to help generate business in the area.
Right. So the edge condition really is the right-of-way, and if the park is within that right-of-way in that district, then they would be able to come to the city to talk about how they, to Parks Department, not on their own or not just through ECDF because you don't have jurisdiction over city parks.
That was your last question.
That's correct. The city retains ownership over all the assets, and the BIA would be subject to any permission required to animate that type of space.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, to speak. Anybody to speak? Okay, can you put your name? Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Oh, thank you. I keep touching my Microsoft product expecting, but it doesn't work like that, does it, Councillor Pasternak? You have to use a mouse. Yeah, wrong guy, okay. Anyway, I just want to move this and thank the staff very much, Mr. Tobin and all of his staff, for kind of going back in and having a look at some of these more difficult areas that had been approved for expansion and getting the BIA to agree to have a second look. In particular, where we have traffic calming, where there is no through street, where there is no commerce from the street. A car dealership, it doesn't have any walk-in traffic. It has drive-in traffic, very different. And where it's associated with the new revitalization of a TCH community with over 400 children that live there, whether or not we're drawing more traffic in and out. As well, I just want to highlight some of the issues around development and support, because I've also had an issue on the Danforth earlier of the BIA in favor of development without checking with the board, without that conversation with the city. What are the rules? How should we handle that? Because once a business owner comes to somebody in the Business Improvement Association and says, I'm doing X, help me, the BIA sees, oh, more customers. But the city has some different objectives than just more customers. And I'm happy to see us review how we're going to approve those and promote those and approach those in the future. So this is a genuine thank you for a long road, a bit of a difficult road, but I think a better road. Thank you. And I'll move this, Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. So we'll now go to Infrastructure and Environment Committee, i.e. 29.5, 2026 Road Classification Amendments. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Perruzza?
No, I'm good to let that go, Madam. If you had asked for quick releases, I would have done that.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, so you understand?
Oh, why don't I just move it?
Yes.
Move on.
Councillor Perruzza is releasing IE 29.5. On favor, carried. Councillor Matlow, you're next. IE 29.6, amending the foundation drainage policy. So, do we have questions of staff? This is IE 29.6. Okay, if you have questions, can you please put your name? Councillor Holyday. Go ahead, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager of Water, in Etobicoke Centre and many parts of the city, we have plenty of issues with basement flooding, including storm sewers that flood. And there's an enormous amount of pending work, which is either funded or unfunded. And so why on earth would we ever allow a policy change like this that would add water to flooded storm sewers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as part of the review, one of the things that we made sure that we were going to keep in place is our ability to check on capacity of sewers as part of any application review. And that's not going to change. That will remain in place. So if we have no capacity in any of our sewers, be it sanitary or storm, we would reject the application due to lack of capacity. With respect to allowing any additional flow as part of the foundation drainage policy, we would only permit it if we had significant capacity in those sewers.
So either during dry weather or wet weather, anything that you allow to connect to the system to discharge groundwater will have a cumulative effect in reducing the net capacity of those sewers that you check. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. One of the concerns we had is the cumulative effect as more and more buildings connect. And as one of the reasons why we were firm on not allowing any additional flows in combined sewer systems, unless we see a permanent reduction of flow from an existing redevelopment. That's something we would potentially look at. But we would not allow additional flow because of the wet weather event. So on storm systems, separated systems, that's why we would look at the capacity of that sewer. We'd also look at any of the basement flooding studies that we did in those areas, and we would confirm whether there was work required nearby or downstream as part of our review.
In cumulatively adding to the storm sewer discharge, either during wet or dry conditions, because the groundwater comes in both, all sewer systems would eventually reach a 0 day. In other words, we've allowed enough connections to occur that it hits capacity. By allowing this policy change, do we move the 0 day earlier?
Madam Speaker, technically, yes. As you add more flow, the capacity does get allocated to that flow, and groundwater is typically a base flow. It's continuous. It does fluctuate during the year. In the spring, the water table is higher, and you may get higher flows. But overall, it's a base load flow. One of the things that we've been putting in our system is more and more sensors to give us live information on how those sewers are behaving and what the capacities are. So we're marrying up all of that information.
But the premise of this policy is to, do I understand this correctly, is to stimulate some development that may not have otherwise occurred because dealing with groundwater is hard and expensive. But the cumulative impact in doing so is that it does take capacity of our storm system, even if it's a small amount.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. Where we're looking at making some slight changes was primarily to the manganese level, because that was a barrier in the bylaw. With respect to volumes, we remain concerned on some sites, and that's why the policy is very site-specific. We have to do a hydrogeological test on every site. If we have high flows, groundwater flows on a site, we will reject it and say you'll have to do some protection and mitigation measures. But there are many cases where the groundwater table is not that high and the flow would not be that significant and would make sense to add into the sewer.
And despite my concerns in my questions about reducing the capacity of the sewer system, can you assure me that there are still rock-solid protections in place in areas where there is basement flooding, where it doesn't matter if anything is being added, it's still going to trigger a no on the connection demand because there is not adequate capacity in the system today?
Madam Speaker, yes, there are segments that we've identified in basement flooding areas where we know there's surcharging that happens during very light rain events. And in those situations, we would say no additional flow is allowed in that area until such time as improvements are made to increase the capacity of those sewers.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
No, I just got something to move. Go ahead.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Mr. DiGeronimo, when an applicant comes in to develop a site, they have to give us information from their own consultants on the hydrogeology of the site. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's a requirement that we ask all applicants to provide, particularly if they're putting in a deeper foundation and they're penetrating the groundwater table.
Okay, and so they would know during their application period whether or not the site was reasonable for going deeper or not. They would know where the water table is.
Yes, that's the advice we've been giving developers for many years. is to become very familiar with the site, not just for structural purposes in order to build the structure to sit on the soils, but get to know your hydrogeological so you can design how to protect against waterproofing and penetrating the groundwater table. So that's something that we've been stressing for some years now.
So given that, and I don't know if this is you or the chief planner, given that when someone buys a site and intends to develop it, they know they're going to have to look at the hydrogeology. That would be well known. And if it was a shallow water table, that would affect the price of the land.
Our policy that we have in place, for example, if you are doing a shallow basement and not pierce the groundwater table, you would not have to meet the provisions of the foundation drainage policy, and you proceed as a normal foundation drain dealing with just the stormwater that runs along the foundation wall. And so, yes, it would be cheaper to build that, and a developer should take that into account when they are looking at properties.
And currently we don't allow exemptions from this, but this opens the door for some other alternate approaches.
Madam Speaker, we do have some exemptions, but we make the applicant go through all of the different alternatives to prove there's
maybe
no
I should
technical
phrase that again. This change that you're proposing here opens the door to more sites being able to get around the policy.
The modification that we're proposing by allowing a change in the manganese level will allow people
but also
access.
also the flow, the wet weather flow stuff.
On the flow side, it all ties to the capacity of the sewers.
I understand, but you're allowing for new ways of getting around, or you're making it more permissive, easier to dig down into the water table with some of the changes here, not on the manganese item, but on just generally, correct?
Yes, we're making it a little bit cheaper. They can do it.
Right.
We're going to make
so
it
the
cheaper.
effect of this is land is priced X today, city policy changes, suddenly that there's a way to reduce the cost of building more parking garage underneath, and therefore, you know, the developer makes money just because we changed our policy.
That's correct. That was one of the issues that was raised, is the affordability, particularly in rental housing projects that are going forward now. We had heard from many developers a concern of the cost to build.
And just to be clear, it's not like the City of Toronto has a uniform water table depth. In
That's
fact,
correct. That we do not. It varies right across.
a lot, right?
It varies a lot.
And there aren't that many areas actually in the city where the water table would be the serious constraint. It's a few specific areas in the city.
We have a few, but they're larger, and the volume has been quite significant. In fact, there's a couple of projects that materialized in 2015 that generated the foundation drainage policy originally.
Right, but I just want to be super clear. If we kept the policy the way it is, the City of Toronto still has vast amounts of developable land.
That's correct.
Yeah, to the chief planner, can you just confirm that? We're not facing a shortage of sites right now. There are plenty of developable sites that where the water table isn't an issue.
So through the chair, I would say that is true, although I would say that this issue, it does have a significant impact on construction costs and viability.
If they want to go down low.
If you want to go below grade. And that is especially true of smaller scale buildings.
Yeah.
It has a greater impact on
But on
buildings.
a small minority of the possible sites in the City of Toronto.
Through the chair, I don't know if I could say it's a minority of sites, but
Mr.
there'd be
DiGeronimo
limited
would
sites
probably.
where that would be a factor.
He's nodding.
And then I would also just note, and I think it's mentioned in the report as well, there's the construction costs as well as the embodied carbon that goes into actually doing the below grade concrete structure.
Thank you.
That was your last question. Councillor Carroll.
Speaker, I just want to be clear on there's your pains in the report, Mr. DiGeronimo, to tell us what the safeguards are. This isn't so much a deregulation as a change of requirements within a regulation, but the regulations remain in place. Am I right about that?
That's correct. The policy in its basic framework remains the same. One of the issues that we've been hearing many years about was the manganese level, and one that, from a scientific point of view, we agreed with some of the concerns raised. When that limit was first established in 2000, when the bylaw was changed at amalgamation, we had picked a number, and there was no scientific basis of picking that number. And so it was something that has come up over the years, and we agreed made sense to look at.
And it's only with respect to the manganese, brownfield site being the biggest example situations. And while you're changing this requirement, it sounds like in the report you're reserving the right where you think on this case-by-case, site-by-site basis, I do need a more stringent level, you can apply it still.
That's correct. We are not changing our policies for wet weather flow or tied to Procedure F55, the combined sewer issue, at all. We will say no to anything where we have a concern of capacity or impact to the environment.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to speakers. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have an amendment that was worked on with staff, and I want to thank them for their support. These are just some outstanding items that we just want to look into, and then we'll understand the outcome when they report to committee. But I just want to thank Lou DiGeronimo and his staff for their openness to meeting with us to review this, to discuss this. The cost of housing, we often have debates and discussions over, big ticket issues around development charges and other fees that affect the cost of getting shovels in the ground. But then there's these sort of wonky issues, admittedly, that are not often talked about, but they really can impact the cost of moving forward with the project. Toronto Water's primary concern and responsibility is to protect the health of Torontonians and to ensure that we have clean running water coming out of our taps. Where that has to be just a line in the sand, literally and figuratively, that is going to be the case. Where there can be reasonable exemptions or accommodations where none of that is at risk, flooding is not a concern, but we also don't need to unnecessarily or arbitrarily make demands on a builder to do something that they really don't need to do in that specific context. There should be some more allowance for exemption. And that's what staff have recommended. You'll see in front of you, just looking at sort of where the existing policy doesn't consider combined sewers. We want to just understand where that is possible. Staff is supportive of this review. And then, of course, we will be guided by the facts at committee. You have a question?
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, I think the first motion, or the first part of your motion is fine. I have some concerns with the second. In some parts of the city, we have had to spend enormous amounts of money to expand our wet weather flow capacity. So, for example, the Western Beaches tunnel, which is there just to handle those overflows. Does your motion say that in a circumstance like that, where cities, put in a fortune, that should be available to private developers? Or would you continue to say, no, it's only in areas where there's no overflow issue at all?
Yeah, and please read the way that it's worded rather than perhaps what you...
No, I've read it.
Yeah,
it says technically feasible, and that might include where we are building tanks and tunnels. I just want to understand if you mean we should be building tanks and tunnels, because that makes it technically feasible.
What I alluded to in my comments, and I agree with you, the city's interest should always come first, but where it is feasible, that obviously doesn't undermine or contradict our interests, then we should at least explore it. And so all this does is it asks staff to come back with their support to just provide us examples and opportunities. But obviously, I agree with you that we wouldn't want to compromise our own interests.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, Gord, staff approved the language verbatim.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Etobicoke has been hit really hard in the last few years with a number of rainstorms. And there are people that have faced severe destruction, some people that were flooded more than once in one summer. And that has to do with the configuration of the sewer system. So as a councillor, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, reading reports, talking to staff, learning as much as I can about how life can become better. My first instinct when I saw the proposal and even the initial motion that triggered this report was, my goodness, are things going to become worse? Well, in understanding what's before us, I think of like an artery in your system that you move blood around. As we age, those arteries can get clogged and their capacity decreases. And that's really what we're talking about here. If the city changes its policy that currently says if you have influx of water from the ground in the basement of a building, you can't just dump it into the sewer system. You need to deal with it. And there's a few ways to do that. It can be through a storage system, a gray water system that's written in the report, or you can make the building really, really watertight, which everyone understands is expensive. But this is now a fourth option, which says, that's okay, just pour it down the drain. And Mr. DiGeronimo and his team are going to keep an eye on the sewer system to make sure it doesn't get overflowed with a cumulative effect of buildings dumping water into the drain. But I'll put to council, as soon as you enter that water and you make the agreement to enter that water, what was a 12-inch pipe effectively might become a 10-inch pipe. And so on as the capacity of this system becomes diminished. When I talked to him, he also assured me that the city wasn't going to allow the connection to the storm sewer system when there was problematic conditions with basement flooding. What this report effectively does is it actually makes more sites ineligible to connect in the circumstances where there's issues. And in fact, could drive up costs for those developers, but we're not going to focus on that because those neighborhoods are protected. There's some assurance that the water department doesn't allow development to make the situation worse. What this really is about is money. And it's very simple. This allows a cheaper option for a developer to solve a high water problem by dumping it into the public sewer system. And effectively, the water ratepayers are now going to subsidize that developer's expenses. It's that simple. I understand the desire to stimulate housing. I understand the desire to stimulate certain sites. But it does come at the cost of the capacity of the water system, and that is owned by the ratepayers. So thus far, we've managed so far to have a policy that says don't put water into the system. I'd like to see that continue, because I believe that we should be protecting that system and protecting the ratepayers that pay for it. City Council has already created an array of breaks and development charges, and in certain cases, tax discounts for certain types of developments and the targets that Council has chosen. But I don't think we need to create yet another financial incentive through this. And I don't dispute that construction is expensive and complicated, but I don't want to pass that on to the water ratepayers across the city, nor do I ever want to bring the date at which that system reaches its capacity any closer, because that ultimately becomes a City Council concern and a concern to all of the ratepayers. So my answer is no on all of these. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Oh, yeah, just briefly, the other thing that comes to mind here is that I know in the last couple of years, they built, I think, 2 condos on the Garrison Creek. And I know in one site, they had to pump water out for about a year. And I just wonder whether the city has any liability in terms of any lawsuits that may come from future residents who buy a condo on a creek. Because they're basically buying a home on a river. And undoubtedly, there's going to be problems, not to mention the costs that are going to be passed on to them because they had to pump out water for a year. So that is the other question is, do we have any way of warning homeowners that the city is not liable for any kind of costs incurred by the homeowner if there are any future flooding problems that may occur at that location? So I just wonder whether this has been addressed or not, because it is just astonishing when I see these buildings go up on the Garrison Creek, which is really an old underground river, that flows all the way down to Christie Pitts, but at St. Clair. And so anyways, that's the one question I wanted to raise, because I'm sure they'll come after the city. Why did the city allow it to be constructed? Did they get permits? And these are questions I don't know whether we get any protection from this, because when the land rush was on a few years ago before the condo market collapsed, they were building everywhere, putting applications to build everywhere. And so they were building on rivers, parks, whatever they could get a hold of. So industrial land. So I just think that's one of the things that hopefully planning or city staff or legal should look at in the future about this type of future liability the city may have when they essentially approve a development site that may be on a river. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote. We have one motion by Councillor Matlow. Recorded.
The motion carries. The vote is 20-2.
Item as amended, recorded vote. Pardon? Okay.
Councillor Turnusling, please.
The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, our next item, Councillor Fletcher, you're up. IE 29.7, side guards on contractor commercial vehicles. Do you have questions to staff? Pardon?
I'm going to move that unless people have questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions? Going twice. Gone.
29.7.
Okay, no questions on favor.
They're speakers. Sorry.
Oh. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak too? And Councillor okay, Councillor Fletcher to speak first and then Councillor Bravo.
Very shortly. This originally, I think many of you remember Councillor Glenda Bearmaker. We moved this motion in 2012 and to try to get side guards on trucks. Very happy the city fleet that we've started that. And I'm very pleased that you, Mayor Chow, have taken this up as an important thing for safety of cyclists, because when you look at the big trucks and you see how easy it is to get pulled under those wheels. I didn't amend this to have Metrolinx with all of their large trucks have safeguards, but I'm sure that staff who really care so much about pedestrian safety and cycling safety are working day and night, and fleet services working day and night to try to have everybody safe from very, very large trucks on our streets. Thank you, and I'll move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank staff for this really important work and for Councillor Fletcher for following this for many years. In Davenport, we've had some very tragic deaths, and they could have been prevented. I won't speak long, but to say that for this community, which cycles at a higher than average rate, the loss of life of 2 young women is too much to bear. And I hope that Council as a whole is very clear to stand on this. I've spoken many times about this and since being elected here, and I think we have an opportunity here to make a real life and death difference.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Cole. Yes. Councillor Cole, did you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
I had passed a motion a year ago about this because I'd been tracking the number of deaths by the huge number of dump trucks that are in the Eglinton and Yonge area, where there was 2 or 3 people run over by dump trucks making turns at Erskine and Yonge for one. And the thing that I asked for in my motion was, is it possible that we could request the provincial or federal government to require that these dump trucks have motion sensors on the trucks? Because these trucks are so high, the driver cannot see pedestrians on the ground. And, you know, at one time we had, I think there was about, we counted 50 dump trucks lined up at John Fisher, one of those schools, right there at Yonge and Eglinton. Was it? Yeah, John Fisher. So for the life of me, we could not get the federal government, Minister of Transportation, to require that these trucks be required to have motion sensors. You know, like most modern cars now in the last 6, 7, 10 years, all have the motion detectors. You know, your car goes beep, beep if they come close to an obstacle or a person. Yet, they're not required on these giant trucks. How does that make sense that they don't have to have motion sensors when they're killing people? And you know how many construction trucks there have been on our roads and streets. And Councillor Fletcher's getting flooded with the Metrolinx construction trucks. None of them have motion sensors on them. They don't have them. So they're going up and down residential streets, by schools, no sensors. So these drivers are driving blind. They're usually in a hurry because they're getting paid to deliver their load. So yes, these side guards will help, but it is just utter madness that the Ministry of Transport federally does not require motion sensors. I know there was a person killed there at Winona and St. Clair, a guy making a turn at Winona and St. Clair, a dump truck again. So it's happening all over. I had one at Lawrence and Marley, another 70-year-old man got run over by a dump truck. How many more dump truck deaths there have to be in Toronto before this council supports that call to require the Ministry of Transport to put the motion sensors on these killer dump trucks? So yes, you can have these side guards, but I'll tell you, there's people being run over, hit by these dump trucks on a regular basis in our city, and they're going to continue to get killed unless we do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I rise to support the motion, but also to ask staff to continue their efforts to encourage the adoption of these devices on the non-contracted fleet, the people who work for us on other bases. I recognize the staff advice is that at this point it would be too expensive to make them all do it, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing what we can to encourage them, to give extra points to contractors that offer trucks that have these. Every person who is killed by one of these trucks destroys a family. And we have the ability to do more about this than we're doing. So I'm asking you, we're approving what you've proposed today, but please don't stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Next item, Councillor Fletcher, is IE 28.9, odor from Ashbridges Bay, wastewater treatment. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, it's here without a recommendation. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I believe that there's a supplemental report that's been delivered.
Okay, so if we can bring staff down. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, this is just, I'm just going to clarify. That's the Ashbridges Bay sewage treatment plant is a 75-acre site. Am I correct about that?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. It is.
And the number of homes who are connected through the sewer for sewage treatment to that plant is 1.4 million?
It handles flow about 1.4 million people, plus all the businesses and industries connected to those.
Oh, the business and industries. So I haven't had that before. So that is it really is it the largest sewage treatment plant? I know it's in the city, in the province. Could we say in the country? What's its scale?
It is one of the largest in Canada, yes.
In Canada. So there are many safeguards that you have there. You've spent a lot of money. I think you've spent quite a bit on state of good repair and also new big tunnels over the last number. Can you give us an estimate of funds that you're spending?
So with respect to in the past for odor control specifically in the report.
Yes, odor control.
We spent over 300 million from 2012 to 2020. There's additional monies to be spent in the next 10 years as we do state of good repair projects. So we are upgrading additional equipment there. And whenever we do that, we add newer odor control equipment along with it.
Thank you. So there was a mechanical problem at that plant that went on for a few days, and there truly was a dreadful stench that set over the neighborhood, and I'll call the air shed for the sewage treatment plant, which is quite specific for an air shed.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. We had one of the open tanks. We don't have many open tanks at Ashbridges Bay, but that's the older part of the plant, and we had a piece of equipment that was damaged. And when we have that tank out of service, it can go septic and cause a lot of odors. Just happened to be in the open tanks, and we apologize to the community for that inconvenience.
So one of the things that, and thank you, it's a lot of, you do a lot of treatment there for a lot of people in the city and the businesses. But one of the things that we're looking at upgrading here is actually the communications that, that I think we'd agree that it could have been better. And number one, with 311, there actually is not currently a 311 service request for this, anything going on at the sewage treatment plant. And that is being changed. And on June 4th, I understand, that will go live on 311. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct.
So people that may be getting in touch with 311 were saying the sewers were smelling, etc., but it really was a sewage treatment plant. So that will be corrected completely, and anybody who is living in the neighborhood in particular, they will get in touch with the plant. And if indeed it is a sewer matter, not the plant, then they'll be directed in a different way. Would I be right to say that?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. We are going to take all the calls from 311, and we are changing internally in Toronto Water how we're triaging the location of the complaint and assigning it to the correct staff, whether it's plant staff or whether we have to send out investigators to check out an odor that might be coming from a trunk sewer.
Right. And so I think you're, just from a communication standpoint, being the largest sewage treatment plant in Canada and probably one of the larger ones in North America, I'm just asking spec, should there be a protocol for issues, whether it's a spill or something of a mechanical nature of this kind that was quite appalling, that there's not just a triage, but there's a very clear communications protocol from the city to the neighborhood for this type of situation?
To the chair, absolutely. This is something that we are looking at implementing as per other facilities that we have across the city, and we are doing so in this case as well.
And to Mr. DiGeronimo, for those people who are interested in the new system, how it's going to work, how the current sewage treatment plant works that live, I'll say, within the airshed, because in particular up to the Danforth, East End, Toronto, would you be willing to meet with them and walk through the new system, maybe 311, what the system would look like, and some of the upgrades that are being planned, have been done, and are being planned for the sewage treatment plant?
Madam Speaker, yes, we would absolutely love to meet with the local community members.
Great. And it is a sewage treatment plant. So one would expect that at times, sorry, Councillor Holyday, you're exactly in my sight line. Please slow that. No, thank you. That one might expect that there will be the odd odor. I know Councillor McMahon used to call it the perfume plant when she was here, but you should expect something, but nothing like what was experienced a couple of weeks ago.
That was your last question.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. What we experienced over the last few weeks was an equipment failure, an anomaly. It's rare that that happens. What's also rare is the breakdown in communication, because we do have protocols to do it, and it just didn't work. It was human error, not notifying and escalating. We could have let the community know sooner. We should have let them know sooner, and that's what we're working on to fix.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? Okay, speakers. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Sorry, here without recommendation, and now we have a report and a plan, and I'd like to move that, Speaker, of those recommendations that were brought by the General Manager and the Senior Communications by Ms. Oosterman, that there will be a protocol that from this breakdown, it was a breakdown mechanically, but I think Mr. DiGeronimo has also said a breakdown in communications, because there were a tremendous number of people as far away as north of the Danforth that noticed this was happening. Once that happens, then everything becomes from the plant, and that's what we're managing now, because sometimes there's sewer orders. There is a sewer odor installation that's to go in on Coxwell. It's been planned for many, many years and still outstanding. So I'm hoping that will be undertaken quickly, because on Ashdale Avenue, there's equipment there that is dealing with the odors. Coxwell has a very, very large trunk sewer going down to Ashbridges Bay. And I think it's unfair that people are living there with a promised upgrade and they're not getting it. So I'm looking forward to when that will actually take place, because a mistake of that kind, and yes, things will happen, anything will happen, but people not knowing what's going on, I think that's the biggest problem. So I'm really looking forward to the protocol. People can sign in for a list that if something's gone on, they're going to be notified, that there's more of a concierge model. It is a very large plant. It's 75 acres. It handles 1.4 million homes, all the businesses downtown, all the industries. It's not your neighborhood grocery store. It's not your neighborhood plant. It's not Humber. It's not the Scarborough one. It's a massive sewage treatment plant that we've upgraded over the years and over the years, and it's been there for a long time. So there are generally pretty good relationships, but this did break down. So my real hope is that from this incident, which was highly unfortunate, that we will end up with better relations with the community, understanding that they can reach out, they can get answers quickly. That is the commitment that I'm hearing from Toronto Water and from SPEC and from 311. So this is really good news. It's too bad it took that to get this in place, but I'm hoping we don't have to test it anytime soon, because it was a very difficult, dreadful circumstance that existed. For me, understanding that this is a large piece of city infrastructure, it's massive. It's where everybody is using it. And when you live close to something of that kind, there just has to be a certain understanding with the community that we're hosting this here, and we want to have the best relationships possible, and we want to be as fair as possible and make life as easy as possible to those who are hosting this very large treatment plant. So thank you very much for your comprehensive review of what's gone wrong and comprehensive plan to go forward.
Thank you. Right? Councillor Fletcher? Your motion was to move the... I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, again, what was it that you moved?
I believe that the general manager has submitted the report. Didn't have recommendations. He submitted a report on action plan. And if it's not with the clerk, then we'll hold this down and deal with that.
So according, do you want to just move receipt of the item then?
Yes, now that the recommendations are there.
Yeah.
There
are no recommendations.
Well, it was without recommendations. There is a report, I believe, from Toronto Water. There's no report. Well, there's another communications problem.
Okay.
Let's just hold this down while I sort out that.
According to, there is no recommendation in the report.
There was asked for a direct report to City Council of how to handle these matters in the future. So if there's some confusion about that, I just ask you just hold this down for now, and we'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll hold it down.
Thank you.
Councillor, yes, Councillor Sachs. The next item is IE 29.10 about the e-bikes. Councillor Carroll had to leave, and she asked if you can hold it down to tomorrow. Are you okay with that? Pardon?
Yes, that was why I stood up, is I'd like to hold it to tomorrow, please.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hold that item down to tomorrow. All right, so our next item, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, you've got the next item. PH 30.1. Councillor Perks was going to release it and you held it. Okay, just a sec. Councillor Perks, you held it and then you asked Councillor Fletcher to hold it? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Thank you. Rarely do I have three back-to-back items, but today, yes. And thank you, Councillor Perks, for that. I'll just very quickly, I just want to thank everybody who was able to bring this report forward. In particular, City Planning, our Chief Planner. I want to thank Waterfront Secretariat. I want to thank just all the planning staff, Create.to and Waterfront Toronto. Because when this got sent back to work on, it was, what are we going to do to make sure that we can achieve affordable housing up to 30% on this new island on Oquimend-Minising. Actually, when it was sent back, didn't have that name. It was sent back as Villiers Island, and now it has a new name, Island of the Black Cherry Tree, which, as you all remember, was done through an Indigenous naming circle that Council approved that process and approved the name. This is an exemplary report. When we first looked at it, there was discussion, do we need to have the public realm in the same way that we've had all the time? And that we went back, and I really want to thank you, Mr. Thorne, for bringing teams here to Toronto that looked at ways to do this in a way that would increase the density, but also increase the beauty and the usability of this area. And the fact that we have a completely pedestrianized street down the middle of this brand new number of units, thousands of them, a brand new community, I think is just one of the most exciting things that we've done in a long time. And it's taken the creativity of everybody in the planning, in Create and Waterfront Toronto to achieve what's really been a dream, to have this beautiful new island with an incredible name that honors the Indigenous peoples, the First Peoples of the waterfront and of the city, and also sparks the imagination and creates something fantastic, as well as 30% affordable housing, because that has been the goal for this part of the city all along. It's been my strong goal from day one, as you'll all know. The waterfront is for everybody. Everybody needs to feel they can live on our waterfront. It is not for $5 million condos, $3 million condos. It is a blend of mixed housing, as we might find in different cities in Europe. And I'll just note that this year there was a hope, the first housing trip that was undertaken by Waterfront Toronto, Create.to, and a number of housing providers to European cities, to Oslo, to Copenhagen, and a number of other ones to see how have they developed their industrial waterfronts, how have they achieved that blend of affordability, beauty, function, in a very busy port, some of them still, because we still have a port. So it's an achievement, I think. This is an achievement. It will be unique. The rest of the downtown waterfront has been great, but this is a step forward because of the percentage of affordable housing, the view to the waterfront, the mixed nature of this community, and the very exciting public realm where we've gone to Grand Woonerf, pedestrianized street that will be the heart and soul of Oquimend-Minising. So I just would like to have a recorded vote on this. It's an exciting moment for our city. And there are many people to say thank you for bringing this forward in such a good way in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, Speaker, I wanted to move the supplementary report. And in addition, I just want to take a moment and have us truly understand what we're doing here. This proposal is for about the same population as Owen Sound. I happen to spend a lot of time in Owen Sound. I have extended family up there. It's mind-boggling to think the incredible impact that the work we have seen from Councillor Fletcher, oh heck, going back, I guess Dan Leckie did work on this, and Jack Layton did work on this. But most importantly, the A+ planners Carly, I'm looking at you. A+. This is literally one of the most important things we will do as a council. 100 years from now, people will be benefiting from this work. It's a moment to stop and take pride in what a city council can do when it has vision. It's a moment to stop and take stock in the unbelievable quality of the Toronto Public Service, in bringing all the stakeholders together and imagining a sustainable, inclusive future for the City of Toronto that is truly committed to the principles of reconciliation as well. This is a rare moment in Toronto's history, and I'm going to insist that we have a recorded vote on it so that 100 years from now, maybe they'll remember more names than just Councillor Paula Fletcher.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do want to, of course, echo the thanks to staff, and I do want to make sure that on the record we do remember the name of Councillor Paula Fletcher, because I know that this is a decades-long project in the making, and I do want to recognize the tremendous leadership, commitment, conviction, and bringing together of community, of waterfront advocates, of different levels of government, of members of council across many terms to make sure that the vision and the focus of this project and this generational initiative was not lost in those transitions, and that we continue to set the bar high and set an example for what we are moving forward here today. So thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for your leadership, for the example that this sets, and as Councillor Perks said, the incredible pride that we can collectively take in this next step, and as this incredible part of our city continues to grow, develop, and be unlocked to serve our highest priorities as a city. And that really is something so extraordinary that we all get to be a part of. This report in front of us represents so much, and what it represents very clearly is the thoughtful and intentional work that we have done to make sure that revitalization and growth on our waterfront is done right, that it meets the pressures of a growing city, of course, housing, accessibility, and active, vibrant neighborhoods, and that we realize the optimal potential of our waterfront lands, of course, for right now, but as a city and as a council and with leadership like Councillor Fletcher's, that we have not been short-sighted about that. Yes, it is for right now, and it is for far into the future. And I want to reiterate what we have been hearing from staff and in the conversations around this initiative and around the policies that guide our work for waterfront revitalization. Removing barriers and making connections, building a network of spectacular world-class waterfront parks and public spaces, prioritizing that first in our efforts, promoting a clean and sustainable environment, and creating dynamic and diverse new communities. And yes, there are so many to thank in this process, and I specifically want to lift up community advocates, waterfront advocates who have been at this for decades, and of course the work that we get to do as a city through Waterfront Toronto, and how important that leadership has been in terms of making this forward, making sure this project moves forward. And what I love about the principles that are demonstrated through what we are moving forward here today is that they are not new. They speak to the waterfront community neighborhoods right across our whole central waterfront that I am so proud to represent. From Bathurst Quay, where we have cooperative housing, TCHC, condo housing, a community center, 2 schools, a childcare, and a park at the heart of that. Through our east waterfront with affordable artists and condo housing, to community centers, childcare centers, a college, office space, and new parks, and soon to come a school as well. And now to Kwayman Minising, this report represents a lot of work and a lot of engagement, consultation, listening, and reflecting back that conversation with our communities. We heard from Torontonians about what they needed to see in this project, more housing in this new neighborhood, making sure that as a city we demanded transit and we took the leadership on what that looked like. And I am so proud that the provincial and the federal government agreed to join us in funding waterfront East Transit, thanks to our collective work and our leadership. That is generational transformation that we can be proud of. And we will continue to provide and unlock the opportunities for jobs, employment, access to nature, and cultural opportunities right next to each other, and to show how it can be done in the best way possible. And this is how we build great neighborhoods. This is how we build a great city. This is how we build a waterfront for everyone. I hope that everyone at every level of government is taking notes on how this is done right here in Ontario and across the country. Thank you to everyone who has been a part of this. And this is an incredible milestone. And we know that this is just the beginning of even more to come. And I'm proud to be doing this work together with Torontonians and with all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know what else I can say, but I think we're praising Councillor Fletcher too much. You would think she was the queen of the lake or something, I don't know. Queen of the waterfront. This is like our Venice. The only trouble is it's the Venice of our Indigenous founders of this great city that we live in, and that's who we're paying tribute to. So we've got to think of a combination of Councillor Proust would appreciate this because he's been to Venice, I think, but he doesn't care about the waterfront here. He cares about Venice. But anyways, I'm just trying to get his attention. The thing is that this is a tribute to our Indigenous founders, people that lived here for thousands of years in harmony with nature. They were incredible, the hardships they overcame. And it's so critically important to pay homage to them. And that's what this village does. It really pays homage to those incredible people that came here with literally nothing and survived and thrived and built a harmonious community off the land. And they did no environmental degradation for the centuries they were here. And we've got to pay tribute to them. So that's what this beautiful place, the island of the black cherry trees, that's what it does. And so, and it's very fitting that we do this because on June 4th, we celebrate a former City of Toronto worker that most people in Toronto have long forgotten. And the City of Toronto has forgotten him too. He worked for the City of Toronto Sanitation Department because he couldn't get a job. And that was Tom Longboat. Tom Longboat, who lived on Erskine Avenue in your Councillor Terrace Lynn's ward, because he couldn't get a job after winning the Boston Marathon, setting all kinds of records all over the world. The world's greatest long-distance runner came back to Canada, served in World War I, and then even volunteered to serve in World War II, but they turned him back because you said, well, you're too old. So Tom Longboat is representative of the incredible Indigenous legacy we have to uphold, and this beautiful place that's been constructed with all the work that people have done and our staff and our planners, Waterfront Toronto, the councillors, it's an incredible achievement. And I just wish somehow we would bring some more attention to it, because when I ask people about this, they know nothing about it. It's not going to be reported on CP24 because there's nobody being killed or shot or whatever. So it's very, very good news for the future of Toronto for generations to come. And I know good news is hard to find because it doesn't sell, but this is very good news for the future of our city, recognizing our past, and hopefully we might be able to do something to pay attention to this great achievement. Maybe ask the Pope to come and open it. Maybe ask King Charles, I don't know. We've got to do something to essentially connect this with our Indigenous forefathers that basically lived on this land. And that's what this is, a monument to them. And it's a natural monument. And it's an incredible work of natural art. So again, to everyone who is involved, that you should all be thanked and you should all be appreciated. And hopefully it'll make us appreciate those incredible Indigenous people who lived on this land, to see it restored to where it was, and for people who are going to live there for generations to come. So I just want to say miigwech, and thank you to everyone, and thank you to the Lady of the Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Holladay. 1 second. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did want to recognize an enormous body of work. Of course, the councillor, council, and staff involved.
Yes.
There is a piece, though, that I want to make sure that is said, because it's about the legacy going forward. Etobicoke is located close to the airport out in the West End, and I wish planners would have these conversations back when some of the decisions were made a very long time ago. There's a really important letter in here that's submitted by the Ports Authority. They didn't object to this, and I take my hat off to everybody that worked together, because I understand the flight paths are complicated, the instrument landing system requirements are complicated, and you're building many developments with lots of people really close to a busy part of the city. And that has to do with both flights and shipping and people moving around and industry. But there is some advice in there about the details going forward. And the point I want to make is preserve this legacy going forward by paying attention to those. They talk about having really good quality buildings with good building envelopes, good air systems, being mindful of the exterior noise and conditions that come along with a busy city and busy transportation that happens in and around this site. And it speaks to it in a little bit in the report. And I know when developments come along the 427 corridor in Etobicoke, I always suggest the same sort of approach. You know, forever the city will grow, people will move along that highway, the flights will come and go out of the airport. But for all of the vision and the planning that went into documents and secondary and sub-plans as this is, we often lose those details when it comes time to building the buildings. And I really think about the quality of life. All the great broad brushstrokes are here for a wonderful community, but I want to make sure that going forward, that legacy is brought forward by minding those details. And, you know, that's the message I would say for anyone that they talked about, you know, reviewing the tape or the list of names, that the work to date is continued into those finer grain meshes as we create places for people to live and communities to thrive, that we've got to take into account those details. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Holladay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I also want to thank the Lady of the Lake and everyone else who has worked on this. I first got involved in this project about 30 years ago when I was asked to provide some volunteer environmental law advice to a group of visionaries with this crazy idea of bringing back the mouth of the Don and walking them through all of the legal obstacles and the processes and the parties and the people who would have to be involved. And it did seem darn close to impossible, but not quite impossible. And so to be able to go there now, to take my constituents, my family, my grandchildren, and show them off what an extraordinary place we have built. It does happen sometimes that the three levels of government can work together with the community, with the Conservation Authority, with passionate people from around the world, which we did. And I've told this story once already, but when I was the environmental commissioner, one of the things that I learned there, although actually not from any commission, from later than that, was that this wetland was the most fecund, wonderful wetland bird habitat probably in the Great Lakes. And it was buried under filth because it was cheaper to just dump every kind of waste, human waste, chemical waste, industrial waste, coal ash, everything else into the river, and would then poison the wetland, which then stunk, so they buried it under trash, layers and layers of trash. And when those layers were removed and the 100-year-old seedbed was exposed to the air while the crews went on and did something else, some of those 100-year-old seeds sprouted. Life coming back. And those plants were carefully dug up by hand, moved into basically a nursery area, replanted in the wetland, and I don't know which ones they are. But the fact that life can outlast our stupidity, our cruelty, our short-sightedness, our filth, and come back with something beautiful is extraordinary. This weekend, I was paddling around Bidasagay, and I went into Canoe Landing and had picnic dinner in Canoe Landing, and there was a small turtle sitting on a piece of trash next to the crumbling dock wall under the roar of the traffic, basking in the sun and reestablishing hope for a new generation. Sometimes we do it right. This is an extraordinary success, and it deserves all the celebration we can give it. And to have this plan change so that we actually do a decent job. We've got transit now, funding for the transit. We're going to have a reasonable amount of density. We've got a better urban form. We're not wasting this, once in many lifetimes opportunity is something to be treasured and something we have to try to protect. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last speaker, Councillor Bravo.
I'm delighted to stand up and also share my chimigwech for all the people that have worked on this. But I also wanted to bring a different dimension to this story. It could have ended up so badly and so differently. If you cast your mind back to when Alphabet, the parent company of Google, came to town and said, oh, we're going to create this super city of the future, Sidewalk Labs was the project. At the time, the CEO said that this land is stubbornly resistant to development. The land, there was something wrong with the land itself. And, what were they proposing? They were proposing to have a kind of a colonizing experiment or recolonizing in which there would be a government that wouldn't be beholden to the laws of the land, right? It would be unto itself. Data would be collected about people, the land would be monetized, land value would be monetized, et cetera, et cetera. And there was no talk or mention of affordable housing at all at the time. Luckily, people mobilized in the city. I know that the Lady of the Lake, Councillor Fletcher, mobilized at that time. It was Villiers Island piece was also the 20,000 acres in the Portlands, 20 acres in the Portlands, going to Google. This is a moment where the city could have gone down a really bad path, but didn't. Councillor Fletcher was fighting this at the time. Putting myself in the story, I was with civil society groups on the outside asking how we could resist this and show that there was a better way forward. In the end, reconciliation is always about land. And in this way, this is not about acknowledging the land at the beginning of a meeting. It is actually allowing for social purpose to occur on this piece of land, and the knock-on effects are tremendous. The hundreds and hundreds more of affordable housing. The careful stewarding of staff and leaders with Indigenous leadership, with the nations, that's a really significant piece of work here. And the regeneration, the rebirth, or the resurfacing of life that was always there, that careless industrial activity had buried. The future, if we care, if we put the effort in, and if we remove the top layer of pollution and of harm, the land will regenerate. So it wasn't resistant to development. It was always there. It had always been a place where people met, where people for thousands of years come together in this place, and now it is something that we can all say to ourselves, we have accomplished so many things at once, so many goals met. Our ecological goals, our housing goals, our public space and parks goals, and reconciliation in the best possible way. It's a wonderful story, and I am so happy and privileged to be here to be able to vote with all my heart in support of it.
On the item, recorded. Councillor Perks moved the supplementary report. On the motion by Councillor Perks, you want a recorded vote? No. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item, on the item, I think somebody said recorded vote. Yeah.
Just stand by, members, please. Voting panel is now open. Bruce. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is amended, carries unanimously. 21 in favor.
All right, so our next item, I think we have time for one more item, and that's PH 30.2, Toronto Bills 970 Kipling Avenue. Councillor Perks, you held the item down.
Yeah, I have questions for staff.
Okay, questions to staff. Pardon, okay.
Okay, I just want to sort of generally set the scene here. So this is an affordable housing project. Could you just describe it a bit, what we're doing?
Through the speaker, this is a two-tower development which includes 840 dwelling units, of which there will be 198 affordable units.
190 affordable units. And planning staff have reviewed the built form, and you're of the opinion that this constitutes good planning?
Yes.
Okay, those are my only two questions.
Are there any further questions? So we want to vote on the item? On the item? Okay. Oh, Councillor Holliday, you have questions.
No questions. I wanted to make a brief comment.
Okay, so can you put your name under this?
I did.
Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak.
Speaker, I won't vote yes on this. I'll vote no. And I wanted to make a comment as to why. And it's not to undermine the work that's happening at 6 Points. Everyone knows that it's a massive undertaking. The story with this building, though, is that it sits in Ward 3, but it's right on the corner and on the borderline of Ward 2. The problem with it is that towards the south is a developing area in Ward 3, but towards the north is a stable residential community. And the big change, there wasn't a lot of opposition to the original building. The big change, though, is that it was moved from 94 meters to 140 meters in height. And it's a significant change. And the problem is that the shadows are cast northward to the neighborhood. And so it affects the residents of Ward 2, and it has negative impact on many more homes because of the increase in height. So sometimes you have to make it a point to say that there are impacts to people in the community. And I understand council's eagerness to move forward with a large development, tract of land there, and the affordable housing and all the goals and targets that council has. But in making these decisions, there are consequences. And this is one that unfortunately, there was a building of a certain size and it's now increased by quite a bit. And I think it went too far and it affected the people that I represent. And with that, I would just ask for a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote. Councillor Morley, you wanted to speak on it? Yes. Okay, just a sec. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick couple of words as the local councillor in this area. We heard from Councillor Holiday there is a lot of work and development happening here at 6 Points, including our new Etobicoke Civic Centre. We look forward to doing business there in the very near future, set to open in 2027. But I think it's really important just to note for colleagues, there is before us an application or a desire from staff to increase density in this community where we have the second largest transit hub in the city of Toronto at Kipling. We have a $600 million investment of a community recreation center along with our new civic center that will have our 101st library, that will have a new pool, full recreation, and many, many other really wonderful complete community amenities here. There's a lot of conversations in our local communities about growth and density and where it's appropriate. And I just want to really underscore there could not be an area more appropriate that the city has been working on for the long term for generations to unlock this opportunity. And we heard about the number of affordable units that are desperately needed in Etobicoke Lakeshore. So I hope my colleagues will support staff and me as the local councillor with this particular report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote. So after this item, we'll do quick releases.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Matlow, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 20-1.
Okay, do we have any quick releases at this time? Okay, any quick releases? Please? Anybody want to release any? Councillor Peruzza?
I'm looking for it, yeah.
What committee is it?
I'm looking for it. Yeah, I'd like to release CC 41.1. Making it easier to build more housing, extending development charge incentives.
Hold on. Which one is it?
Okay, I'm reading it out. 41.1. Making it easier to build more housing, extending development charge incentives to condominium multiplexes, and engaging on the review of the Ontario Building Code, ward all in brackets.
So Councillor Perks says he still wants to hold it.
He wasn't the one that was holding it. It was someone else, and I took it over from them. Oh, it was Myers, yeah.
It was Councillor Myers that was holding, and you took it over. Now Councillor Perks wants it.
Well, look at that.
Okay.
I'll continue to hold it in my name, okay?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, any further releases? Okay, I guess not. Okay, well, okay. I guess we can start because we're going to adjourn at 6. PH 30.3, 3838 Bloor Street. So maybe we can start with questions on that and continue tomorrow. Any questions? Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Councillor Holiday wants to hold it for a while? Councillor Holiday, what is it?
Yeah, there's a motion and that's being worked on, and it all changed shortly a few minutes ago, so we need a bit of time.
Okay, the next, well, why don't we just add the members' motions now and then we'll adjourn? All right. I mean recess. All right, who's first? Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion that you're introducing.
The motion is on the screen, or the title is on the screen, and the reason for urgency is that decisions by the Toronto District School Board on a number of very significant programs that impact our own decisions around child and youth programming in the city are happening in the immediate term.
On favor, carried. Who's next? Councillor Fletcher, you have 2.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. I have one about naming the Ontario Life Station, asking Metrolinx to name that East York Station, because they're in the process of naming right now, to honor the former borough of East York. And yes. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Next.
And the second is to make a biannual Affordable Housing Award of Excellence that is being undertaken with Sheridan College and OCAD, with stained glass from the Wood Green Church, which now houses the Red Door Shelter and was taken in the demolition.
On favor, carried. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
I have an urgent motion about the signs in line 5 that tell you when the train is coming for the TTC. This is to request that Metrolinx fix some challenges with this because they are not accurate. And we all know that having accurate timing on these is essential and really urgent. So thank you.
On favor, carried. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. This motion is about seeking authority to accept Health Canada funding, and the reason for urgency is that we don't want to have delays to receive $700,000 for training for Toronto Community Crisis Service.
On favor, carried. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Moved by Councillor Pasternak. If you can read it.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council Meeting 41 on May 20th, 2026.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, opposed if any, carried. So we'll recess to tomorrow at 9:30 sharp. Thank you.